Early mornings in Selwood Ridge always carried a stillness of their own, as if the whole town was holding its breath, waiting for the sun to thread its way through the ancient pine trees. This was a place where handwritten letters were still favored over emails, where folks called each other by nicknames instead of last names, and where sometimes just a glance was enough to understand everything unspoken. Selwood Ridge wasn't big. Just one main road ran through its heart, lined with a grocery store, a bakery, an old library, and Cooper's gas station, the spot where every road in town seemed to lead, especially on misty mornings like this one. From the outside, Cooper's looked ordinary, a weather-worn sign reading Cooper's Last Stop, with patches of rust, and 2 fuel pumps that still worked thanks to the persistence of old Mr. Luke, the man who had lived nearly his entire life here. But inside, behind the window pane overlooking the cracked asphalt, something felt different today, like a new chapter was about to unfold in this quiet town, starting with the soft sound of tires rolling over damp concrete. A weathered bronze SUV pulled up beside pump number 3. The driver's door opened, and an older woman stepped out, her silver-streaked hair brushing her cheeks, her frame slight, but her eyes still sharp with the fire of her younger years. Her name was May Lennox. From the back seat, another door slowly swung open. A little girl, no older than 7 or 8, maneuvered her electric wheelchair onto the pavement. Her hair was golden and braided into 2 neat pigtails. She wore a silver, gray hoodie and soft sweatpants. But it was her gaze that stood out, quiet, steady, and far too deep for a child her age. Following closely behind were 2 German shepherds, one black as midnight smoke, named Blitz, the other golden-flecked like sunlit straw, named Halo. Both dogs were tall, silent, and never took their eyes off the girl. Their steps mirrored the turning of her wheels. No commands, no leashes. They didn't just accompany her. They guarded her. From behind the glass counter, Mr. Luke sipped his coffee from the auto brew machine. At 76, he'd seen all kinds roll through, truckers, road trippers, drifters, but this made him pause. Not because it was strange, but because of the look in those dogs' eyes, a look he'd seen only once before in the eyes of K-9s who had returned from war. No barking, no growling, just something tightly held behind those eyes, like they were waiting. For a command, for a reason, or for someone foolish enough to try what shouldn't be tried. May stepped inside, picked up a few essentials: milk, a sandwich, a bag of dry dog food. Outside, Ivy waited beside the pump, her eyes trained on the fog-kissed horizon. Blitz and Halo sat close, ears tuned to every shift in the wind. The air around the gas station felt unusually still, until the unmistakable rumble of Harley engines shattered the quiet. The Wild Pines had arrived. Everyone in Selwood Ridge knew them, rowdy, loud, always ready to show off. 3 bikes pulled up beside pump number 4, just a few yards from Ivy. Leather jackets, dark shades, booming laughter that sliced through the morning haze. "Well, well, what do we have here?" one of them sneered. "A princess on wheels and her 4-legged bodyguards?" They burst out laughing, echoes of mockery bouncing across the station lot. The second man, tallest of the 3 with a mess of red hair, leaned in and pretended to squint. "Better be careful," he smirked. "Bet they're programmed to bite anyone who gets too close to the angel." More laughter, but Ivy didn't flinch. She didn't look down, didn't look away. She simply rested her hand on Halo's head. The dog shifted forward, just slightly. No growl, no bark, just a slow, deliberate tilt of the ear. Listening. Recording every voice, every word, every move. The 3rd biker stepped closer. "Granny left the guard dogs in charge, huh?" That's when Mr. Luke came out from behind the counter, still holding his coffee. His voice was calm, steady, not angry, not afraid. "That's enough, boys. Here in Selwood Ridge, we don't pick on kids, especially not ones with better guards than any of you combined." The red-haired man smirked. "We're just messing around, old man. Don't take it so seriously." Mr. Luke didn't raise his voice, but his words, though calm, carried the quiet chill of tempered steel. It stops being a joke when a dog looks into a man's eyes and sees something that man's trying hard to hide. For a beat, none of them spoke. The laughter faded. The morning grew still again, until the bikers broke into loud, forced chuckles, revved their engines, and pulled away like nothing had happened. But Luke didn't move. He kept watching long after the sound of the Harleys vanished down the road. Only then did he turn back inside, pausing to give Ivy a slow, silent nod. "And Ivy," she answered with a nod of her own. No words. Just the kind of nod shared by those the world once turned away from, but who never stopped believing in what others couldn't see. Blitz remained upright, gaze locked on the dust where the bikes had gone. Halo had lowered his head, now resting beside Ivy's foot, ears still pricked, not relaxed. Luke said nothing more. He simply reached beneath the counter and quietly adjusted the security camera to face the station's front gate. He wasn't one for superstition, didn't care much for ghost stories or talk of omens, but there was something in Blitz's eyes. And that wasn't the look of a stray. That was the gaze of a soldier who had returned from war. Every story has a beginning. But for Ivy, it didn't begin at the misty gas station, nor with the mocking laughter of strangers. It began on a bend along White Hill Pass, one seemingly harmless autumn afternoon. There was no rain that day, no sunshine either, just a veil of pale gray clouds wrapping around the mountain pines like a sorrowful shawl. The Lennox family's olive green SUV curved past the 7th turn, a place marked by an old rusted sign, "Slippery when wet." Inside the car, Ivy sat in the back seat, headphones on, gently nodding to the rhythm of her favorite song. Her mother, Eleanor, hummed along to an old melody, while her father, Thomas, had one hand on the wheel and the other occasionally reaching back to smile at his girls. Everything was peaceful until the world spun. The tires screeched, metal scraped against metal, her mother screamed her name, glass shattered, then silence. The kind of silence that presses into your ears, your eyes, your chest, like black ink poured into your soul. Ivy woke up 4 days later. The first thing she heard wasn't her grandmother's voice, or a nurse, or a doctor. It was the sound of rain, gently tapping against the hospital window. She couldn't move. From the waist down, there was nothing but stillness. When they told her she'd never walk again, Ivy didn't cry, didn't speak. She simply turned her face to the wall. Her eyes, once lit with joy at the sight of rainbows and migrating birds, grew hollow, mirroring the empty room after visiting hours. Her grandmother, May, the only family she had left, took Ivy home to a small house at the end of Cedar Street. It had once been Ivy's summer haven, where she'd run through lavender bushes, climb stools for cookies, and paint sunflowers with her mother. Now the stairs were replaced with ramps, the bathroom had support rails, and every morning May tried to coax her into physical therapy. But Ivy didn't respond. She sat in her wheelchair, staring into nothing. When asked which activity she wanted to try first, she shook her head. When doctors tried to prompt her, she answered with a silence colder than winter. May tried everything, reading her favorite stories, cooking the vegetable stew Ivy once loved, reminiscing about her parents. But Ivy, she was there. Not alive, not present, just there, like a shadow. Until that one rainy night. It was early November, and the first chill of winter had crept in. Rain tapped on the roof like forgotten memories knocking to be let in. The town was asleep. But Ivy was awake. She sat by the window, staring out at the flickering streetlight blurred by rain. The room was dim, washed in the warm gold of a bedside lamp. May had fallen asleep in the armchair, a half-read book resting in her lap. Then came a sound. Faint. So faint Ivy thought she imagined it. A soft whimper. Then again, closer. Not from the sky. From just outside. She wheeled slowly to the curtain and pulled it aside. Under the red maple tree, where she once painted with her mother, two shapes were huddled, trembling in the storm. Not people. Dogs. Two dark forms curled together, soaked and shivering. One was large, dark-coated, lying low to the ground. Beside it, a lighter-colored one quaked violently. Blood stained the black dog's abdomen. No barking, no sound. Even when Ivy opened the door and rolled out into the freezing rain in nothing but her thin pajamas, they didn't move. Can you hear me?" she whispered hoarsely. "I won't hurt you." The black dog, larger, lifted its head. Their eyes met. There was no fear, just recognition. Something unspoken passed between them, a silent connection between broken souls, transcending language. Ivy moved closer, inch by inch. Her trembling hand reached out. Her fingers brushed the soaked fur, and the dog leaned in, pressed into her hand. "You'll be Blitz," she murmured. "Because I think I once heard that name in a dream." She turned to the other, its eyes like crystals under the rain. "And you'll be Halo, like the light that still finds its way even when the storm feels endless." The rain didn't stop, but it didn't feel so cold anymore. There Ivy sat, between two drenched, wounded creatures, and for the first time in months, she didn't feel alone. The next morning, May awoke in a panic to find Ivy's bed empty. She rushed to call the neighbors, but froze in the doorway. On the living room floor, near the small fireplace, Ivy lay resting against the couch. Her eyes were closed, lips curled into the faintest smile. Blitz and Halo, still stained with dried blood, lay curled tightly against her sides, as if they had been born to guard this child's sleep. And May, she could only stand there, one hand clutching the doorframe, tears falling unchecked. Because she knew, the part of Ivy no one had been able to reach, her heart, had finally been unlocked. Not by words, but by breath, and by the gaze of two wandering souls. They hadn't come to be saved. They had come to save someone else. The morning rain hadn't fully let go. Selwood Ridge lay under a thin mist, moist, weightless, like the breath of something not yet awake. The scent of damp earth mingled with pine resin and the faint trace of iron left behind by the night. May stood still at the threshold of the living room. What she saw made her heart tighten, not from fear, but from something deeper, something quieter. There lay Ivy, curled slightly on the floor, nestled between two wild, battered creatures, soaked through, injured, and strangely at peace. Blitz, the larger black one, had a long gash down his side, the blood dried into dark, rusty streaks. The metallic tang still lingered in the air. Halo, the smaller one with sun-washed fur, was wounded in his back leg, trembling faintly with every breath. But neither of them flinched, neither snarled nor growled. They simply lay still, as if they'd finally chosen the right place to stop running. "Ivy!" May cried, rushing forward, her eyes darting to the blood and matted fur smeared across her granddaughter's pajamas. "Don't," Ivy said softly. Her eyes opened, not wide, not afraid, just clear. She laid a hand gently atop Blitz's head, then slid her fingers beneath Halo's neck, as if that connection was the only anchor keeping her from drifting into the chaos of her own mind. "I'm okay. Really," Ivy whispered. "They're not hurting me. They just needed to be touched, like I did." May looked at the girl, and in her eyes, something had changed. The retreat was gone. The weight was still there, but no longer unbearable. In its place, a fragile light, like the first flicker of fire cupped between cold palms. An hour earlier, while the sky was still dark, Ivy had heard it for the first time. A whimper. No one told her to go outside. No one said it was safe. But her body, her heart, was pulled toward that sound like something long buried had just knocked softly at the door to her soul. She rolled into the rain, barefoot, in a nightgown. The cold stabbed at her skin, but she didn't stop. Every turn of the wheels carved deep grooves in the wet soil, evidence of the first time she'd chosen to move toward something rather than away. Under the maple tree, they waited. Trembling shapes, eyes meeting hers, eyes of pain, eyes stripped of safety, eyes that once belonged to the abused, the abandoned, the unseen, just like her. Her hands trembled. She was afraid. The smell of blood twisted her stomach. Wounds gaped beneath clumps of fur, raw and red. But she moved closer. "It's okay. It's okay," she murmured, again and again, like a prayer. She reached out to Blitz first, her small hand resting on a healing wound. No fear of infection, no thought of risk, just contact, just instinct. Then to Halo. He was breathing hard, eyes half closed. She stroked his back, over a scar that looked like it had once been torn by a chain. "Blitz," she whispered, as if the name had always lived inside her, waiting for this moment to be called into the world. "Halo?" She breathed again. Not a label, not a definition, but the arrival of hope. Hope with fur. Hope in the rain. 2 names. One knowing. No explanation needed. When May tried to pull Ivy away from the dogs, the girl shook her head. Calm. Steady. "I know they're hurt. I know they could be dangerous. But I was like that too, remember?" She looked up, her voice unwavering. "People were scared of me. They avoided me because I wasn't the same. But you didn't walk away from me, Grandma, and now it's my turn, not to walk away from Blitz and Halo." May stood still, stunned by the maturity in her granddaughter's voice. This was not the same child who had once buried her face into the wall each morning. This was Ivy. The Ivy who used to light up when she helped someone. The Ivy with a heart that had never stopped loving, only forgotten how to feel it. May nodded, quietly. They gathered towels, cleaned wounds. She called the town's old vet, Dr. McGregor, who lived alone, gruff but gentle, and who understood the unspoken language of broken things. He arrived without questions, only his worn medical kit in hand. As he tended to the dogs, Ivy never left their side. Her hand never left Halo. Her eyes never strayed from Blitz. "They may have been service dogs," Dr. McGregor murmured to May. "The way they move, the way they position themselves around her, they're not strays. They know, very well, who they're meant to protect." May's fingers clutched at her sweater. She watched Ivy rest her head gently against Blitz's shoulder. "I think," she whispered, "they didn't come to be rescued. They came to rescue her." The rain finally stopped around noon. On the grass in the backyard, Ivy sat wrapped in a long, silver-gray coat, scarf trailing to her feet. Beside her, Blitz and Halo, bandaged but calm. And the 3 of them, girl and dogs, no longer carried separate gazes. There was one shared light, one shared breath, one shared stillness. The kind only those who had been broken and found their way back to each other could understand. They reached what no one else dared touch, with trust. Morning sunlight slipped softly through the window, drawing a gentle streak of gold across the carpet. The little house at the corner of Selwood Ridge no longer felt draped in silence and sorrow. Something in the air had changed, hard to name, but easy to feel. Ivy lay still in bed, her arm loosely curled around Halo's neck. Blitz rested just outside her door, eyes half shut, ears perked, as if waiting for a signal. He'd been that way lately, never more than a few steps from Ivy during physical therapy, not too close when she needed space, but always present when she called out or simply needed to be seen. May stood in the doorway, a mug of warm tea cradled in her hands, watching her granddaughter and the two remarkable creatures beside her. There was a quiet ache in her chest, something tender, like a flame rising in a bird's nest that once seemed frozen with grief. Since Blitz and Halo came into their lives, things had begun to move again, not in great leaps, but in subtle shifts, like a song gently falling back into rhythm. Ivy no longer woke to shadows behind her eyes. She opened her window earlier, listened longer to birdsong. And sometimes she even smiled, just a faint upturn of her lips, when Halo tugged a sock from her hand and dropped it faithfully by her favorite seat at the window. Each time Ivy practiced sitting upright, Blitz would step beside her, his body firm, warm, and steady. She never needed to ask. He never needed to be taught. Together they had discovered a language, one that existed beyond words, beyond the limits therapy tried to define as progress. One morning, Ivy suddenly pushed her wheelchair forward by herself, just a few feet. May had just entered the room and froze mid-step. Ivy looked up, her face calm, not triumphant, but glowing with something deeper. "I just wanted to try," she whispered. "And you did," May answered, her hand tightening into a fist to hold back tears. Blitz didn't bark. He simply approached, sat down beside her, and waited for a reward that didn't need treats. Mealtime had changed, too. Ivy used to sit for hours, unmoving, untouched food pushed to the edge of her plate. But now, whenever Halo rested his chin gently on her knee, eyes quietly hopeful, she'd let out the faintest chuckle, a sound thinner than thread, but brighter than any overhead light. "I'll eat first, then it's your turn. Got it?" Her voice was half playful, half commanding, and then she took a bite of scrambled eggs. May watched from the kitchen, not because of how much Ivy was eating, but because of what it meant. A child stepping out of the shadows by her own hands, flanked by two silent sentinels of trust. There were nights when Ivy would wake with a jolt, not crying anymore, but breathing hard, sweat glistening across her forehead. Each time, Halo, curled beneath the bed, would rise, rest his head at the edge of the mattress, and breathe slowly beside her. Blitz, stationed outside the room, would enter without a sound and sit beside her bed like a quiet guard. No sleep aid had ever worked as well as the synchronized breathing of those two dogs. No nightmare felt as frightening with a warm body beside her, and eyes that always looked back. Once, Ivy slipped from her chair during balance practice. May rushed forward in panic, but before she could touch her, Blitz had stepped in. He caught Ivy with the calm precision of a trained service dog. Ivy collapsed against him, panting, then laughed, a real laugh, a sound that hadn't echoed in that house for months. May stood still, her hand over her heart, overcome. Because what weeks of therapy, light boxes, and medication couldn't awaken was now blooming quietly because of two souls that the world had dismissed as lost dogs. In the living room, a small photo frame sat on a shelf, a picture of Ivy with her parents, taken the summer before the accident. May sometimes caught her staring at it for long stretches, but recently Ivy had placed it on a lower shelf, the same spot Blitz and Halo often curled up beside in the evenings. "They should know who these two are," Ivy said softly. "They were my family. Blitz and Halo. They're part of it now." Over the weekend, May cleaned the long-abandoned study. It used to be Ivy's favorite place, where she painted, played piano, sang. No one had opened the door in over a year. But today, while she was dusting the old piano, Blitz entered first, then Halo, and then Ivy. She stopped at the threshold. Long silence. No one urged her. Blitz tapped the floor once with his paw. Halo gently nudged the hem of her shirt. She crossed the room, laid her hand on the keys. One note, then another. A small, clumsy melody. Not perfect, not practiced. But it was music. Real music. From real hands. From a spirit slowly remembering how to feel. That night, May sat down and wrote in her journal. She had never truly believed in miracles, not in the fairy tale sense, but living through these days with Ivy. She was beginning to. There was no prescription for Blitz, no manual that told Halo to sleep beneath the bed, no therapy plan that instructed a dog how to guide a girl back to her own voice. But it was happening. Day by day, quietly, patiently, among three souls once thought too broken to save. A new world was being rebuilt, with trust, with silence that understands, and with love that needs no explanation. Spring sunlight spilled through the slats of the Selwood Ridge Market roof, casting honeyed gold across weathered wooden stalls. The scent of warm waffles, fresh roasted coffee, and children's laughter wove together into a melody Ivy once thought she'd never belong to again. But today, she was here. Seated in her wheelchair, hand resting lightly on Halo's back as he walked beside her, Ivy took in the bustle of the crowd. Blitz led the way, occasionally pausing as if mapping the path ahead. May carried a cloth bag filled with eggs and handmade bread, her other hand gently guiding the chair from behind. "It's been a long time since I've seen you out in the daylight," she smiled, casting a glance filled with cautious hope. "I missed the market," Ivy said, eyes fixed on a booth with paper flowers. "But before, it felt too big, too many people. And now? Still crowded, but I'm not scared anymore." Her voice was quiet. Not defiant, just sure. The kind of voice that once trembled in the dark but now held steady. A girl who once hid from a world that saw her only for what she had lost, now meeting that world eye to eye. Blitz paused near a cookie stall, nose twitching slightly. The vendor, Mr. Walter, grinned, reaching for two plain biscuits. "Good to finally meet you, Ivy. I've heard about you. These are for your two bodyguards." Blitz took the treat gently, then turned to offer the second to Halo. Both chewed in near silence, almost politely. "You should stop by more often," Mr. Walter chuckled. "Never seen a crowd part the way it does for those two." May smiled back with a polite nod, but her eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Ivy lingered at the gemstone booth, where an old man with a voice like wind told stories of each stone as if sharing legends. She leaned forward, pointing at a pale amethyst. "It looks like Halo's eyes in the morning," she murmured. The vendor smiled. "You've got a rare eye, child." But no one noticed. At the far end of the plaza, a black SUV had just pulled in. No front license plate. Rear windows tinted, reflecting the market like dark water. Inside sat two men. One held a compact monocular. The other, wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, flipped slowly through a file. "Signal confirmed. Matching fur pattern. Scar on the rear right leg. It's them." His voice was dry, unmoved. "Continue observation. No action today." Back by the vegetable stalls, May was selecting tomatoes when a shout broke the calm. "Clear the way!" A delivery truck had lost control, the rear axle broken, tires buckled, and it was barreling downhill towards the center of the market. Shouts echoed. Vendors abandoned their booths. Customers scrambled. Stalls crashed. Metal clanged. Ivy froze, but Halo didn't. He shot forward like a bolt, throwing his body in front of the vehicle. His forelegs dug into the gravel, shoulders braced, muscles taut. The truck's tires screamed, carving twin furrows into the earth. The vehicle wobbled, veered, slammed into a stone post, and finally came to a stop. Blitz was already behind Ivy, his body pressed against her chair, eyes scanning like a sentinel. The market fell silent. All eyes turned to the halted truck, to the dog still standing, chest heaving from the strain. Ivy sat frozen, her small hand clenching the armrest, eyes wide with disbelief. Halo turned. Step by steady step he returned to her, unhurried, as if merely completing a task he'd always known was his. The delivery driver stumbled over, pale. I'm so sorry. The brakes. It just slipped." No one responded. All eyes were on Ivy, and the two dogs who had just transformed danger into a quiet declaration of loyalty. May took Ivy home early that day, but the marketplace was no longer the same. People whispered, phones captured video, photos spread online. The sun still shone. But something began to shift, like wind brushing past before a coming storm. The black SUV, its mission complete, reversed slowly, then disappeared down the road, without a sound. On the drive home, Ivy said little. But when Halo rested his head on her lap, she bent forward and whispered something softly. May, focused on the road, didn't hear it. But she saw Ivy's eyes, glistening. Not from fear, but from something far greater, a quiet realization that these dogs were more than companions. They were her walls, her shield, what no person had ever been able to be. That night, Blitz sat by the window. His ears perked in the darkness, eyes locked on the road that led into town, where an unfamiliar scent still lingered. Halo remained beside Ivy's bed, but he didn't sleep. He waited for something drawing near, unseen, unannounced. But they both knew a peaceful day had just ended. Mornings in Selwood Ridge usually unfolded like a gentle lullaby. Sunlight filtered through mist, brushing over red maple leaves turning with the season, casting warm patches across the brick steps of May's porch. But today, that calm was just a shell, because beneath it, unrest had already begun to stir. Ever since Ivy returned from the market, her eyes still haunted by the near disaster, the stillness felt too fragile. At exactly 9:13 a.m., the quiet shattered by a knock on the door. Firm even, impatient. May set her teacup down. Halo had already lifted his head. Blitz stood in front of Ivy, who was reading by the window, silent but coiled. Not barking, but every muscle drawn tight, as if he already knew. The scent outside didn't belong here. A second knock, then a third. Then a voice, low, male, deliberate. "We're from Sentinel Security. We need a few minutes to speak about the two dogs on your property." May stepped to the door and cracked it open. Standing before her were three men, dark jackets, polished shoes, metal ID tags, and a manila file in hand. The one in the center was tall, square-jawed, with slicked back hair and a diplomatic smile. "Apologies for the unannounced visit," he said smoothly. "We're conducting a retrieval of lost assets. 2 units, ID codes BRX-014 and HL-009, were confirmed in this area." He pulled a photo from the file. It was Blitz and Halo, taken at the market during the exact moment Halo had blocked the runaway truck. May's eyes narrowed. "ID codes?" she repeated, her voice flat. "Assets?" The man kept smiling. "They're specialized training units under Sentinel's Advanced Canine program, reported lost during a transport from Idaho." "My granddaughter didn't find them in a shipment," May replied, fingers tightening on the doorframe. "They came to her on a rainy night, bleeding, shaking, and if you plan to wrap that into some tidy retrieval narrative, you'll need more than a rehearsed story." The man on the left stepped forward, voice sharper. "We have documented ownership, training certificates, tracking chips, loss reports, and if necessary, DNA confirmation." He held out a thick folder. Too new. Too perfect. Paper that still smelled like fresh ink, not like something truly lost. Blitz stepped behind May now, still no growl. But his eyes darkened, deep, old, locked onto the man holding the file. "Let me ask again," May said, shifting slightly to shield the space behind her. "You're telling me the dogs that pulled my granddaughter out of depression, protected her from harm, that sleep beside her bed each night like silent guardians, are property?" The central man's smile thinned. "I understand the emotional attachment, but emotions don't alter legal status. These are high-value trained assets. We must retrieve them before any unintended consequences occur." "You're threatening us?" May asked bluntly. "We're concerned for public safety," he replied. "These dogs are trained for military reflexes, not suitable for civilian environments, especially not around children." A low, rumbling growl escaped Blitz, like stone cracking beneath ice. Halo stayed quiet, but lowered his head, unblinking. Then the door behind them opened, and Ivy wheeled herself forward. She stopped just behind Blitz and Halo, but didn't hide. Her voice came softly, yet clearly. "They're not programmed. They're family." The men blinked, surprised. Ivy continued. "Blitz was the first breath I heard clearly after waking from a nightmare. Halo was the only reason I went outside again. I don't need papers to know who they belong to." The oldest of the 3 men raised an eyebrow. He turned to the central man and gave a slight nod, an unspoken cue. "This isn't about feelings, young lady," he said. "This is legal, and if your family refuses cooperation, we will escalate through formal authorities." May didn't let him finish. "I'm asking all 3 of you to leave my private property, right now," she said, calm but ironclad. "If you return, bring a court order. And I promise you, we'll bring lawyers." The men exchanged glances. No further argument. They packed up the documents, turned, and walked away. The SUV door shut, heavy. The engine roared. The vehicle vanished beyond the line of maples, as if it had never been there. But the chill it left behind lingered like early winter frost. That night, Blitz lay at the front door, eyes fixed on the road. Halo sat beneath Ivy's chair. He didn't sleep, didn't blink. May rested in her armchair, fingers turning the worn beads of an old rosary. "I used to believe," she whispered, "that love alone was enough to protect a child." Ivy turned her head and shook it gently. "I think this time we'll need more than that." Across town, the black SUV had stopped again beneath a tree's shadow. "What now?" the driver asked. After a pause, the man in the passenger seat replied, "We keep watching. They haven't forgotten their training, but they've become loyal to a child. That's something no program was ever designed for." Back at the gas station, the porch light still burned late into the night. Luke stood wiping down a chipped mug near the pump window, his eyes drifting toward Ivy's house. He'd seen countless service dogs come and go, dogs with battlefield history, just like Blitz and Halo. But their eyes. He'd only ever seen eyes like that in war. Not angry, but resolved. Like something guarding not just a person, but something sacred. Something they'd burn for if it came to that. "They're not just dogs," he muttered, "and that girl, she's not the same since they came." The October wind in Selwood Ridge often carried the damp scent of fallen leaves and the dry bite of secrets left untold. But this year, there was something else in the air, something the townspeople avoided naming outright. Unease. Since the morning those 3 men in black left Ivy's doorstep, something had shifted. At first, it was nothing more than glances exchanged too quickly between the produce stalls at the market. Then came the whispers, half-spoken, over mugs of coffee at the diner. "That girl, is she really keeping 2 big dogs? Heard they're trained, not regular dogs. What if they snap? One moment she's calm, and then—" The children heard it. The adults assumed they didn't. But Ivy noticed the difference the moment she entered school that Monday. No one sat next to her in biology. Desks around her remained oddly empty, though the class was usually full. Miss Avery smiled like always, but her hands trembled slightly when placing Ivy's test on her desk. At recess, Ivy wheeled herself to the rear courtyard, the wooden benches overlooking the small football field. She used to love sitting there, reading, or just listening to Blitz breathe beneath the bench. But today, the whispers were louder. "Mom said stay away from her. Heard those dogs are dangerous. Saw a picture of her online? Those dogs look like military ones or something." Ivy said nothing. She rested her hand on Blitz's head. He remained still, ears twitching faintly, eyes scanning the playground with trained patience. Halo stood behind the wheelchair, still quiet, gaze like a lake before rain. Not threatening, not resisting. Just present, enough to make others instinctively step back. That night, May came home late from the bookstore on Main Street. Her eyes were hollow, face weary. "How was school?" she asked, trying to sound casual. Ivy froze when she saw the old cardboard box in May's arms, filled with notebooks, a small wooden sign that read, "Please read every day," and the lavender plant that used to sit on May's work desk. "Grandma," Ivy began. "They said they didn't need anyone to shelve books anymore," May replied gently. "Fewer customers lately." Silence hung heavy in the air. Nobody spoke. But Blitz walked over, curled at May's feet, and nudged her knee with his head, as if he understood every word not spoken aloud. May smiled. Tired, but unbroken. "Maybe it's time I read more than I help others find books." Another morning, Ivy opened the door to fetch the paper. There on the step lay a white envelope. No return address. Blocky capital letters scrawled across the front. "Give up the dogs. Don't endanger the whole town for one child." She stared at it. Not out of fear, but because of the storm rising within her. Pain, anger, and a quiet loneliness that had no name. Blitz walked over, gently licked her hand. Halo nudged her foot with his nose. Ivy tore the note in half, dropped it in the trash. She didn't cry. But that night, she didn't finish her dinner, and told May nothing. 2 days later, something strange happened. May opened the door, ready to head to the market, and found a paper bag placed neatly on the step. Inside, 2 cartons of milk, a sandwich, and an envelope with a $100 bill. No note, no name. May stood in the doorway a long while. No one on the street said anything. But from that day forward, similar gifts appeared weekly. Sometimes cookies, sometimes knitted scarves, sometimes just a dried bouquet of lavender with a small slip of paper. Not everyone turns away. Hold fast. At school, Ivy began to read eyes like books. She didn't blame the classmates who looked away when she entered. She didn't blame Miss Avery, who taught literature but paused every time Blitz lifted his head in reflex. But Ivy remembered everything. She remembered who was the first to inch their chair closer in the library. She remembered the boy who pretended to drop a pencil beside her wheelchair just for a chance to ask, "Need a hand?" And she remembered the most important truth. Blitz and Halo never left her. No matter how people looked at her, the circle of their presence remained whole, unwavering. By month's end, the cold returned sooner than expected. May sat at her old computer, searching legal codes for protection laws on therapy animals. On the table beside her sat a thick file from the lawyer, dense as a coming winter. In Ivy's room, soft yellow light spilled from behind the curtain. She was writing, in a blue-covered journal. Blitz lay under the desk, eyes half closed. Halo leaned against the back of her chair, breathing slow, like a lullaby in the rain. Ivy looked out the window at another home down the street, where a light also burned. She didn't know who had left the envelopes. She didn't know who sent the care packages. But she knew one thing. No matter how far rumors spread, there would always be someone, somewhere, quietly standing on the side of what's right. She placed her hand on Blitz's head. "Tomorrow might be harder than today," she whispered. "But we didn't give up yesterday, so we won't give up tomorrow." Blitz didn't respond. He just inched closer, as if to say, "Exactly. Whatever comes, we're still here." November in Selwood Ridge began with a brief headline in the local paper. Argonne Tactical Solutions has officially filed a petition with the county court seeking the retrieval of 2 strategic K9 units reportedly lost during transport. The lawsuit specifies that the dogs are currently residing at the private home of May Lennox in the town of Selwood Ridge. No one said it aloud, but the news swept through the quiet town like a sudden gust through brittle leaves. A town unaccustomed to lawsuits now found itself at the heart of one. That same day, May received a sealed envelope from the law offices representing the plaintiff. Urgent request. Immediate return of strategic assets. Blitz and Halo. Failure to comply will result in legal enforcement. Beneath the closing line, Gregory D. Thompson, Chief Legal Officer, Argonne Tactical Solutions. The little house on the hill, 17 Cedar Lane, suddenly became ground zero in a battle no one had ever imagined. In town, lines began to form. At Hearth and Crust, a group of parents huddled around steaming mugs after the morning news. "I heard each dog is worth over $100,000, one mother whispered. "With that kind of money, the school could replace every computer, fix the gym, hire new staff," another said, gripping her cup tightly. "But that's Ivy's home," a younger voice interjected. It was the new chemistry teacher, only a year in town. "That girl needs them more than anyone." The table fell silent. At school, Ivy felt the shift, not from classmates, but from teachers. Her therapy sessions with Mr. Garrett were canceled without explanation. Her reading time with Miss Kayla was cut short. Even the storytime program at the library, where she once read alongside Halo, was marked indefinitely postponed. She understood. No one wanted to get involved in a lawsuit, even if what they were avoiding was her life. That afternoon, Ivy sat on the long bench in the back courtyard. Blitz lay beside her, eyes locked on the tree line. Halo stood still behind her chair, gaze fixed on the school gate, as if waiting for something he already sensed coming. Ivy opened her notebook and wrote, "There are things money can't buy, like the feeling of Blitz licking my hand after a nightmare, like the look in Halo's eyes when I try to stand and my legs tremble, like the belief that I'm not alone anymore. Meanwhile, May sat across from the only lawyer who agreed to take their case. Mr. Bennett, once a county prosecutor, now retired, living quietly by the river. "We don't have many cards," he said, flipping through the file. "Their paperwork is sharp, professionally drafted, but there are gaps. They can't prove direct ownership." "They have money," May replied, "and power." "And we?" Bennett asked. May didn't hesitate. "Love. And the truth." The following evening, the town council held a special session. The room was tense, thick with anticipation. The agenda: proposal to accept donation from Argonne in exchange for returning K-9 units. Councilman Bill Marlowe stood. "We're talking about a $250,000 donation. We could rebuild the library, renovate the sports field. This town has needed progress for too long." A few scattered claps followed. Then came Sarah Mitchell's turn, a young literature teacher and the newest member of the council. "We're putting a price tag on the peace of a disabled child," she said, voice trembling but clear. "I've been to Ivy's home. I've watched Halo gently bring her water when she coughs. I've seen Blitz help her stand. No budget can replicate that." Silence. Then, arguments erupted. Online battle lines were drawn. Pages like "Trade the dogs for town development" began to pop up. But so did another: "Let Ivy keep Blitz and Halo." And it quickly gained hundreds of followers. Frank, owner of the old auto shop, posted a sign outside his garage. "We serve only those who believe in loyalty." At the bookstore where May once worked, someone pasted a note on the door. "Return the dogs. Choose reason over emotion." But someone else later scribbled underneath it, "There are things reason will never understand." Back on the hill, inside the small home surrounded by unanswered questions, May poured ginger tea beside a rising stack of legal documents. Ivy rolled in, laid her head gently on her grandmother's shoulder, and asked, "Do you think they'll win, Grandma?" May didn't answer right away. Then she whispered, "They may have money, fame, good lawyers, but you have something they don't." Ivy looked up. "You have two friends who don't care how many legs you have and still choose you every day. You have a community, silent maybe, but beginning to speak. And you have something only the broken truly understand. We don't give up. Because once you've survived pain, you don't surrender easily again." Blitz rested his head gently on Ivy's knee. Halo exhaled softly, as if to agree. In the old southern quarter of Selwood Ridge, where moss crept over wooden shutters and Christmas lights hung all year round, stood a small veterinary clinic named Willow and Paws. The hand-painted sign above the door showed two dogs lying side by side, heads resting together. No one in town knew who painted it. Only that the owner, Dr. Elise Monroe, had never once touched it up, even as the paint faded at the edges. Elise lived quietly. She had arrived in Selwood Ridge 3 years ago. No announcement, no explanation. Locals whispered that she had once held a high position in a major veterinary center across state lines, perhaps even led a program training specialized dogs. But when asked, Elise would only smile and say, "In that place, I learned that animals feel more deeply than we dare imagine." And then she'd change the subject. Always. That morning, as a fine rain laced its way through bright red maple branches, Elise was examining a sprained cat when the soft chime of the doorbell echoed through the clinic. A gust of cold wind blew in, followed by the familiar figure of May Lennox, and with her, 2 large dogs walking in sync beside a girl in a wheelchair. Elise turned, and in that instant, brief as a blink, time inside her stopped. It wasn't the dirt on the dog's coats, nor the steady gravity of the woman at the door. It was the eyes, one gaze, deep brown like forest dusk, sharp but warm, carrying a memory Elise had buried for 3 long years. She stood motionless. Inside, a key slipped quietly from where it had been hidden. No sound, no break, just the soft opening of a door she thought she'd sealed forever. Halo, the pepper-black dog, glanced at her. No growl, no bark. Just a look. And in that look, something fragile within Elise longed to sit down, exhale, and cry. May broke the stillness. "We need someone to look at Blitz. His rear leg's been giving him trouble. And Halo? He's lost some weight. Hasn't eaten for 2 days. Elise nodded. Professional, once again, though something behind her eyes had dimmed. She approached, kneeling in front of Blitz, but her hands trembled. Blitz didn't move. As Elise pressed her fingers to his left leg, she spotted a scar, thin, long, healed. A scar she recognized, identical to the injuries she used to see, back when she led the K9 therapeutic program, HopeLink, before it was quietly shut down. She examined him carefully. Halo remained beside Ivy, watchful but at ease. And still, Elise felt the thread between her present and the memory she wasn't ready to name. Softly, she asked, "How long has the girl had them?" Ivy looked up. Her voice was small but steady. "They're not dogs I adopted. They're family." Elise froze. "How did you name them?" "Blitz," Ivy said, "because he was like lightning through my worst dream, the one that brought me back. And Halo, because I used to think I didn't deserve love, until he started sleeping beneath my bed every night, without ever leaving." Something caught in Elise's chest. Tight. Unspoken. When they left, Elise stood at the doorway, hands tucked inside her coat. She watched Blitz, now walking steady, and Halo moving faithfully beside Ivy like 2 currents steadying a small sail in high wind. Inside, behind a shelf of medication, an old photo lay tucked into the corner of the wall. It showed Elise, years younger, holding a small ash-brown dog with eyes bright as fire in the snow. Next to it, scribbled in pencil, "They don't need to know my name. They just need to know I won't leave." That night, Elise reopened her laptop. Her old HopeLink login still worked. She typed, "Blitz." No results. "Halo." Still nothing. Then she searched. K9 Refuge/Project Orchid. A flood of files. She clicked a photo. Her breath caught. Blitz, smaller but unmistakable. Same eyes, trained to help children through trauma. He was part of the therapy cohort. Another file. Halo. In the notes, "Special project designed for disabled children, high empathy traits, training suspended due to facility closure." Suspended? Number sold. Elise leaned back. Rain tapped the clinic windows. The smell of antiseptic and old paper filled the air. She wasn't ready to tell Ivy. Not yet. Not about what really happened, what had driven her to abandon a program that once saved dozens of children. But Blitz's eyes and Halo's quiet bow had told her what she needed to know. It was time to remember. Because maybe, just maybe, these 2 dogs, in their silent, steadfast forms, weren't just walking toward Ivy's healing. They had come back for hers too. And they were saying, "We haven't forgotten you. Don't forget us." Morning in Selwood Ridge began with thick fog and the sound of pine trees still whispering stories from the night before. Ivy woke to a strange kind of silence. The first sound was Halo's steady breath beneath the bed, while Blitz was already standing guard at the door, as always. But today, would not be like every other day. On the way to school, May noticed something was off. Ivy was absorbed in her pronunciation notes, unaware. But Blitz's spine was taut, and Halo kept turning his head, ears perked, as if listening for a sound only he remembered. They stopped at the school's special student drop-off zone, and then May saw it. Ivy's wheelchair, her constant companion since leaving the hospital, had been vandalized. Bright red paint, streaked and angry, scrawled across the backrest in jagged letters. Dog thief. 2 words, but they struck May like a blade straight through the heart. Her lips tightened, her hands gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white. Ivy looked up, following her grandmother's gaze. And in a single breathless moment, her eyes froze. Blitz stepped forward, placing himself between Ivy and the chair. Halo moved in beside her, pressing his head softly against her hand, trying to shield her from the words. But Ivy saw them. She read them. She felt the weight of cruelty that didn't need to raise its voice to be loud. She didn't cry, but her whole face tensed, bearing the unbearable in the quiet way a 6-year-old should never have to learn. In the emergency staff meeting, the air was strung tight as wire. "This isn't just about paint," the vice principal said, adjusting her glasses. "Parents have started writing letters. They're worried about the military-trained dogs being allowed on campus." "Blitz and Halo have never harmed anyone," May replied firmly. "They've never even barked at a child." "We understand," the principal interrupted, "but some have suggested Ivy be placed in a separate room, at least until the court resolves ownership of the animals." And just like that, Ivy was moved to a temporary classroom. No classmates, no Tuesday story sessions, just a yellowing wall, a small desk, and 2 old floor mats in the corner, where Blitz and Halo kept vigil beside her, as quiet as ever. Elise heard the news while administering a vaccine to a stray cat. Her hand paused. The needle trembled slightly, not from fear, from fury. That night she made a video call to an old colleague, once the head of a working dog unit in New Haven. "I need you to run a name for me. Echelon Security Logistics." The man frowned. "That sounds familiar. They were under investigation a few years ago in Idaho, possessing a batch of therapy dogs with no clear origin. Well, now they're suing a disabled child for illegally keeping dogs." There was silence on the line. Then, quietly, "I'll send you the files." Elise ended the call, leaning back in her chair. Next to her laptop still lay the first medical files for Blitz and Halo. 2 notes she had never written for any other animals. No aggressive response, high empathy behavior, 0 attack reflex, even when threatened. Selwood Ridge, once proud to be the warmest town in the state, was quietly breaking from within. Some homes now hung signs, "We stand with Ivy." Others, just next door, declared, "Return the dogs, bring back the school." The town sounded like a symphony gone out of tune, all because of one quiet presence. A little girl, 2 silent companions, and the kind of loyalty that couldn't be negotiated. That evening, Ivy sat by the window. May was brewing tea in the kitchen. Blitz lay curled beside the wheelchair. Halo rested his chin on her lap. "I'm not a thief," Ivy whispered. Blitz looked up. Halo whined softly. "But if loving them makes me wrong, then maybe I'll wear the name." "Because Blitz and Halo, they're the reason I still remember how to breathe in the morning." No one replied. Only the scent of orange blossom tea drifted in from the kitchen, and the warmth of 2 living souls who never needed to say a word to prove they belonged. December came to Selwood Ridge on winds scented with pine resin and mornings as pale and blank as unwritten paper. But inside the little house where May and Ivy lived, each breath carried the scent of cough syrup, warm lemon water, and a worry that thickened like fog that refused to lift. May, silver-haired, and once meticulous with every stitch of her hand-knit scarves, now lay slumped in a blanket-draped armchair, beads of sweat gathering on her forehead despite the near-freezing air outside. The room was so still, the only sound was the soft simmering of water as the teapot on the stove slowly emptied. 3 tasks, every day. Morning shift at the bakery, after she'd been let go from the bookstore for being too much trouble. Afternoons in court, listening to lawyers probe her love for Ivy as though affection could be weighed, measured, and litigated. Evenings at home, warming milk, helping with homework, tucking her granddaughter in, then poring over court documents and legal comparisons like someone searching for light at the end of a tunnel with no promise of daylight. Her body kept going, but her spirit was beginning to fall behind. That night, Ivy called out 3 times and got no answer. She wheeled herself into the hall, Halo trailing close behind, Blitz still guarding the front door. In the living room, May had fallen asleep in the chair, her head tilted, pen dropped, ink bleeding into an unpaid hospital bill. The blanket had slipped, barely covering her legs. Ivy stared for a long time, then gently pulled the blanket back up. And for the first time, she felt a different kind of fear. The fear of losing someone. Again. The next morning, Dr. Elise arrived for the dog's regular checkup, but she didn't need to take temperatures to know something was wrong. May was coughing non-stop, her face pale, her voice brittle like paper torn over sand. "I'm fine, Elise," she rasped with a weak smile. "Just a bit tired. I have to prep for Friday's hearing." "Elise," Ivy interrupted, voice trembling. "She's not fine." By that afternoon, May was admitted to the Selwood Ridge Emergency Center. Diagnosis: acute pneumonia, severe exhaustion, at least 2 weeks of hospitalization. Elise stood beside Ivy in the blindingly white hallway. On either side of the wheelchair, Blitz and Halo sat motionless, yet their eyes were drawn tight, alert, and unreadable. Ivy watched through the glass, where May lay breathing through an oxygen mask. She didn't cry, didn't speak. She just clenched the sides of her chair. Until they got home. Dinner was just cold porridge and dry toast. Elise tried to reassure her. Someone would come help. The trial could be delayed. A lawyer could petition. But Ivy said nothing. She sat in her chair, one hand resting on Halo's back, the other stroking Blitz's spine. Her eyes were red. And then, in the darkened room blurred by rain outside, the first sob slipped through. Not from anger, but from helplessness. "Why," Ivy whispered, speaking not to the adults, but to the only 2 beings who'd never left her side. "Why is it always the good ones who get taken away?" Blitz slowly placed his chin on her lap. Halo gently nudged her hand with his nose. "Mom and Dad, they're gone. I didn't choose that. Now all I have is Grandma and you 2. The last ones I have left." Her voice cracked, broke into fragments. "And now they want to take you too." Silence. The kind of silence that feels like a sealed tomb. But in that silence was a sound only hearts intimately connected could ever hear. The soft, barely there echo of a soul breaking. Blitz looked up and gently licked the tears from her cheek. Halo pressed himself tighter to the wheelchair, letting Ivy lean into him. And in that strange, suspended moment, something shifted. Not in the room, but inside Ivy. She pulled the blanket over her lap. Quiet now. Blitz curled up at her side. Halo lay facing the door, a silent sentinel. That night, for the first time since the accident, Ivy dreamed of laughter. Not someone else's, her own. ringing through the backyard, bathed in sunlight, chasing the shadows alongside two loyal shapes, running beside her like two lines that would never bend away. The next morning, fog slithered quietly over the rooftops of Selwood Ridge, like it was trying to hide something that had begun to stir beneath the surface. The old gas station run by Uncle Luke, once known only for its scent of motor oil, stale coffee, and country music leaking from a dusty radio, now glowed like a lone beacon in the mist. No one thought of it as just a fuel stop anymore. It had become a trench, a war room. Luke was always the first to open up each morning. But today, before flipping the lights on, he drew all the curtains shut and flipped the sign on the door to "Closed for Maintenance." A steaming cup of coffee sat beside a pile of documents, and Elise's old laptop was running a software scanner cross-referencing K9 microchip IDs. She didn't say much, just stared at the screen, eyes narrowed, scanning each number. Frank, once a military police officer, hair now gray but his eyes as sharp as ever, flipped through printed documents filed by the opposing security company's legal team. "Look here," he said, voice low, finger tracing a string of digits. "No military or security training program has used this chip format since 2012, but Blitz and Halo? Their chips match the old pattern." Elise exhaled slowly, gaze tightening. Elite Security Solutions fabricated everything. The papers are forged, and more than that, these weren't security dogs. They were therapy dogs. Silence. The printer clicked and whirred, breaking the hush like a knock on a locked door. By the heater, Blitz and Halo lay curled near the warmth. Yet both lifted their heads at the same time, as if something important had just shifted. Outside, the wind bit hard. But inside that gas station, a quiet fire began to burn. "We have to bring the truth to court," Elise whispered. "We can't let Ivy carry another crack in her heart." That afternoon, Ivy came to the station for the first time since May had been hospitalized. She sat quietly in her wheelchair, Blitz walking on her left, Halo on her right, like two unseen limbs keeping her steadier than any brace or cane could. Uncle Luke placed a small stool in front of her and smiled with a softness that needed no words. "Ivy, would you like to try something?" Elise asked gently. The girl blinked. In front of her was a makeshift wooden board, mounted with a mic connected to a tiny speaker. Behind her stood Luke, Frank, and Elise, like three pillars holding up a light just bright enough to guide her out of the dark. "We're organizing a public hearing this weekend," Frank explained. "Local press will be there." "You don't have to say much," Elise added. "Just be yourself." Ivy tightened her grip on her wheels. "I'm not good at talking," she murmured, so soft it nearly dissolved into the air. "You've already defended them with your eyes," Luke said with a chuckle. "Now let's try it with your voice." And so began her first session, beneath the gas station's foggy roof, with Blitz resting his head on her knee, and Halo curled beside her like a warm, silent blanket. Elise asked, "If you had to tell strangers in court what Blitz and Halo are to you, what would you say?" Ivy took a deep breath. She looked at Blitz, then Halo, then Frank, who now had one hand pressed to his chest, over the heart of a soldier who'd once known what it meant to lose a brother. "Blitz is the one who understands when I say nothing," Ivy began, voice still trembling. "And Halo is the one who stays, even when everyone else leaves." No one in the room said a word. But they knew a voice had just awakened, not from confidence, but from healing. In the days that followed, the gas station became more than a place for paper trails and chip scans. It turned into a base camp, a planning hub, and Ivy's rehearsal space, not to persuade, but to remind the town that kindness should never be something to hide. Elise uncovered 3 more forged documents, each tied to a company previously investigated for illegally trafficking military dogs. Frank contacted an old comrade who confirmed that Blitz's ear tag once belonged to a therapy classification used only in trauma recovery programs for children after accidents. On Ivy's 3rd day of practice, a light drizzle rolled across the sky. She turned to Elise and asked quietly, "Do you think, if I speak clearly enough, they'll believe me?" Elise placed a hand on her shoulder. "You don't need everyone to believe. You just need to say the truth, so no one can ever forget it." Blitz licked the back of Ivy's hand. Halo tilted his head, listening. Above the gas station, the clouds began to break. Not because the weather had changed, but because a little girl was learning how to turn her pain into power. A heavy gray sky loomed over the Selwood Ridge District Courthouse. On the weathered stone steps, Ivy's wheelchair moved silently, each turn of the wheels burdened with more than just weight. Blitz walked on her left, Halo on her right, like 2 silent sentinels guarding something sacred. This was no longer a peaceful town. Not after the months of division caused by a little girl and 2 seemingly forgotten dogs. Inside the courtroom, the oak panels and ceiling lights gave the space an air of solemnity, almost suffocating. The benches were packed, a few familiar faces, but most were filled with doubt and quiet judgment. At the plaintiff's table sat Marcus Lang, representative of Elite Security Solutions, adjusting his tie with eyes as sharp as a blade. At the defense table, Ivy sat close to Grandma May and Attorney Bennett. Elise was behind them, holding a folder, her eyes locked on Ivy. Blitz and Halo, by special permission, were allowed to remain in the room. And then Ivy's name was called. She was wheeled up to the witness stand. People moved aside to make way. No one spoke of it, but the silence as Blitz and Halo walked past sent a hush through the courtroom like the passing of a procession. The clerk asked for her name and age. Ivy answered, voice small but steady. Then came the harder part, cross-examination. "Do you know how much those dogs are worth?" Marcus Lang stood, his tone polished and smooth. "No," Ivy replied. "I just know they were once hurt, hungry, and needed someone." "So you believe you have the right to keep them because you were kind?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. Ivy looked him in the eye. She didn't lower her gaze. "I didn't keep them. They chose to stay." Marcus stepped closer. "What if I told you they were strategic assets, trained for high-level security tasks? Do you think a child, a paralyzed child like yourself, could possibly understand that?" A low growl broke the stillness. Blitz raised his head, his eyes darkening. "Don't talk about her like that," someone shouted from the gallery, a woman's voice, possibly the mother of a child Ivy had once helped. The judge banged the gavel, calling for order. Halo stepped closer, pressing himself against Ivy's wheelchair. She laid her hand on his head, gripping gently. "I don't need to understand everything," Ivy said slowly. "I just know. When my stomach hurt, Halo got Grandma. When I couldn't sleep, Blitz lay beside me until I stopped crying. I don't know any tool that does that, but Blitz and Halo did." Whispers spread through the courtroom. Some wiped their glasses, others lowered their heads, unable to meet Ivy's gaze. Marcus returned to his seat, his face tightening. Attorney Bennett requested to submit evidence of document forgery, chip numbers that didn't match, fake training records, and old photos of Blitz in a children's therapy program, all provided by Elise. The judge called for a recess to review the materials. Ivy returned to her seat. Grandma May gripped her hand tightly. "You did beautifully," she whispered. Time seemed to freeze between their glances. Outside, a soft rain began to fall. Elise flipped open her notebook, preparing for the next segment of their defense. Frank was on the phone, confirming with a former colleague, the man who had once overseen the therapy program where Blitz and Halo were originally assigned. No one noticed the faint scent of burning. No one paid attention to the thin trail of smoke slipping through the cracks in the wooden floorboards. Until the fire alarm screamed. "Fire! Everyone evacuate!" Chaos erupted. Doors burst open. People shouted and shoved their way out. The order of court shattered like glass underfoot. Grandma May trembled. Ivy hadn't even turned her wheels when a fallen chair blocked her path. Smoke thickened, turning the room to ash and shadow. The acrid scent of burning plastic and scorched wood overwhelmed the air. Sirens howled outside. "Blitz!" Ivy called out. Halo growled low, rushed behind to shove away the chair. Blitz moved in front, lowering himself to Ivy's left, positioning his body to brace the wheelchair. Ivy shifted her weight. Halo instinctively placed his head beneath her hand to steady her. A nearby officer gasped. "They're moving like an actual rescue team." Ivy was guided out through a side door. Outside, people gathered on the sidewalk under the cold drizzle, but all eyes turned in one direction. Blitz paused. Halo didn't follow. He stood, staring back into the courtroom, where Mrs. Peterson, the elderly court clerk, had just re-entered to retrieve her folder. A scream split through the noise. "She's still inside!" No one moved. The smoke was now thick, black. The metal doors glowed red-hot. The doorknob had started to melt. Ivy turned to Blitz. "Go," she whispered. She didn't need to say it twice. Blitz and Halo disappeared into the smoke, two streaks of shadow and firelight. Minutes passed, each one stretching into an eternity. And then, emerging through the haze, two figures flanking a trembling Mrs. Peterson, clutching her files, gasping for breath, but alive. Cheers erupted, tears flowed, some dropped to their knees. Halo emerged first. Blitz followed, eyes sweeping the crowd, making sure no one was left behind. The judge stood, removed his glasses, wiped his eyes. No more arguments were needed. No more evidence, no more debates. The truth had already spoken, louder than any verdict. And in the final scene of that chapter, Ivy sat among the crowd, wrapped in a warm blanket, her hands resting on the backs of Blitz and Halo. She didn't ask for anything more, because now the whole town knew. Those two dogs were not property, not tools, but a heartbeat. And the light that guided a little girl who had once been left in the dark. At first, it was only a thin thread of smoke, something one might mistake for morning condensation drifting along cold wooden floors. But then it spread, creeping beneath desks, slithering up the paneled walls like a wild creature stalking through a forest of dry timber. The fire alarm pierced the silence, shrill, metallic, like a war trumpet splitting the heart of a battlefield. Chairs crashed, papers scattered, footsteps collided, voices screamed, and the screech of metal against tile rang out in pure, uncontrollable chaos. Selwood Ridge Courthouse had never seen a morning unravel like this. In the chaos, Ivy was pushed back, her wheelchair caught on the broken leg of an overturned bench. Blitz let out a low growl. Halo spun, blocking the thickening smoke behind them like a living barricade. Elise shouted, trying to reach her, but the crowd was too dense. Frank from the back tried carving a path forward. "Ivy!" Grandma May screamed, coughing violently as smoke poured toward the ceiling beams. But Ivy did not scream. She simply looked into Blitz's eyes and nodded. Blitz immediately pressed his shoulder against the jammed chair, clearing a path. Halo dropped low, gripping the wheelchair's frame with his teeth, rumbling deep in his chest. Ivy shifted her weight. She couldn't move well, but with these two dogs, Every motion felt like a symphony they had rehearsed together for years. The west exit was just a few meters away, but the hallway was already a tunnel of smoke. The sound of approaching sirens wailed faintly in the distance, too far to help. And then, while others surged toward the doors, Blitz and Halo turned back. A voice rang out, not loud, but hoarse and cutting through the haze. "There's still someone inside." Ivy turned. Through the smoke, at the very end of the corridor, she saw her, Mrs. Peterson, the elderly court clerk, staggering under the weight of a leather folder filled with court documents. She clung to the wall, but the smoke blurred her vision and her steps faltered. Blitz growled. Halo let out a sharp, piercing whine, and then they vanished into the haze. Outside, Elise had just reached the gates when she noticed. "Where's Ivy?" she gasped. "She's still inside!" Frank shouted. "Blitz and Halo, too!" He dashed toward the side entrance, but firefighters had already pulled the safety tape across. "Smoke's backdrafting! That ceiling could collapse any minute!" one of them yelled. "But there's a little girl in there and 2 dogs!" Elise cried. The firefighter's eyes froze. "I see something. Movement. East hallway." Inside, the smoke was as thick as tar. Tiles slick from the sprinkler system. Wooden beams above creaked under heat. Ivy hunched low in her chair, eyes streaming from the sting. And then, through the swirl of darkness, Blitz appeared. His fur singed, one paw bleeding slightly from splinters. But his eyes were focused, unwavering. Halo followed, guiding Mrs. Peterson, gripping the hem of her coat to steady her. She held that leather folder as if it were her last breath. The 3 of them surged forward, wading through shallow water and broken brick. Blitz didn't need direction. He knew where Ivy would be, and the mission was far from over. The side doors burst open, the crowd parted instinctively. In that fleeting instant, a photographer from the Selwood Chronicle snapped a photo. A little girl in a smoke-smeared wheelchair, pulled toward the light by 2 German shepherds. Behind her, a frail old woman clutching the weight of justice in a folder soaked by fire. Smoke swirled, sprinklers glistened in gray light, and the entire scene stood still. The photo spread like wildfire, more powerful than any article that could have been written. No captions needed. That image was justice, not spoken from a bench, but earned through action. Later, Ivy sat beside an ambulance, wrapped in a thick blanket. Elise gently checked Blitz and Halo. Minor burns, some fur loss, but no internal damage. "They didn't just survive," Elise whispered. "They knew exactly how to find a path, keep the victim breathing, and hold safe distance." "They didn't attack," a firefighter added, nodding with awe. "They rescued. I used to train service K-9s. These 2 operated like a certified search and rescue unit." Mrs. Peterson, after being treated, asked to speak. Her voice was raspy, but her eyes glowed with purpose. "If those 2 dogs were mere security tools, like the plaintiff claimed, then I would have died in that smoke. But Blitz and Halo, they turned back, not for orders, not for treats, but because a little girl called their names with all her heart." News outlets from across the state picked up the story. What began as a small-town custody trial had become something else entirely. Not just a fight for 2 dogs, but a question echoing across households, courtrooms, and consciences. How do we treat the good things in this world when they don't come with a price tag? The morning after the fire, the first rays of sunlight streamed over the red shingles of Selwood Ridge's town hall, as if trying to wash away the chaos that had unfolded just hours earlier. But that chaos, now captured in smoke, sound, and silence, was already spreading far beyond anything that had risen from the courthouse's scorched rear entrance. Flyers swirled through the breeze, echoing headlines that filled every front page in town. 2 dogs save a life, now facing a lawsuit. Without Blitz and Halo, that woman would have died in the smoke. Selwood Ridge. Has justice taken the wrong side? Online, a grainy cell phone video, captured by a local high schooler, had already surpassed 500,000 shares in just 12 hours. The clip showed Halo yanking a barricade from the emergency exit, while Blitz guided the elderly courthouse clerk from the choking smoke. Now, the entire country was watching. A little girl in a wheelchair and 2 dogs once dismissed as lost strategic assets. That same morning, at Elise's clinic, the usual stillness was gone. Amid stacks of medical files, Elise carefully set down an old, dust-covered plastic box, sealed tightly. On its lid, the faded ink of a handwritten label read, Thera K9, Project 09, Internal Archive. Elise had held onto this box for 3 years, ever since leaving the Children's Animal-Assisted Therapy program at Valley Pines. That program had been dissolved after a controversial corporate buyout, and many of the dogs trained there had vanished without a trace. Today was the first time she dared open the box. Inside were original records, certifications for specialized trauma therapy training, photographs capturing tender moments between dogs and children, and finally, a file stamped with a familiar chip ID, K9BLTX09 Thera Kid. Attached was a photograph of a German shepherd with deep gray fur and eyes sharp as tempered steel, yet always bowed softly beside the child in the image. Elise let the pen slip from her fingers. She looked out the window, where Blitz sat quietly under the trees, watching Ivy speak to a TV reporter. She whispered, "It's you. Blitz, you were part of my program." Memories surged like a river breaking through a dam. Elise scrambled for the next file, another chip ID K9HL17, lighter fur, a white streak behind the right ear. She flipped to the last page, her own behavioral assessment. Halo is one of the most sensitive dogs to child trauma, exhibits high accuracy in detecting episodes of panic or dissociation. Her voice caught in her throat. She remembered now. Both Blitz and Halo, 2 of the brightest stars from the Thera K9 program, a program that had once helped over 200 children recover joy, rediscover trust, and reclaim their voices after devastating events. And now, these very dogs were being dragged into a courtroom, not for what they had done, but for what someone wanted to own. That afternoon, Elise brought every piece of documentation to Luke's gas station. Frank was finishing a call with an old army buddy, his voice gravelly. "Thompson's files are all wrong. None of those chip numbers show up in any military system. I'm telling you, it could all be fake." Luke looked at Elise, then at the thick stack of documents now laid bare on the work table. "We've got a shot now, don't we?" he asked quietly. Elise nodded. "Not just a shot. We've got proof. Blitz and Halo weren't lost. They were stolen." That night, the local TV station aired a special report. Experts confirm 2 hero dogs were legally certified child therapy animals, not military property as claimed. Accompanying the segment was rare footage from Elise's archive, Blitz helping a young boy practice standing, Halo curled protectively beside a girl mid-panic attack. These moments, once meant for internal medical files, now carried the weight of truth. All across Selwood Ridge, and far beyond, people began to see differently. The next morning, Ivy awoke to a windless dawn. She looked out the window. Gone were the hate notes, the vandalized mailbox, the spray-painted words, "Dog Thief." In their place, a basket of wildflowers and a note. "Thank you for reminding us that courage doesn't always carry a weapon or wear a badge." From someone who doubted, but saw the light. Selwood Ridge was no longer the same. The children who once avoided Ivy now flocked around her whenever Blitz and Halo appeared at the park. A young boy, previously mute after a car accident, had begun speaking his first words, while softly stroking Halo's back under Elise's gentle guidance. The town was healing, through a way no psychologist or judge could have predicted. And Ivy, the girl who once sat silent at the edge of her classroom, was now invited to speak at the town's first-ever community summit, titled Healing with Paws, the story of 2 dogs and 1 girl who awakened a town. She smiled as Blitz walked onto the stage first, Halo settling beneath the wooden podium. Camera flashes sparkled around her. But the brightest light was the one the town had just begun to find again, sparked by a girl, 2 dogs, and the family no one thought would change everything. As the last snow of late winter melted from the rooftops of Selwood Ridge, the final masks began to fall. In the clarity of daylight, truth was no longer buried in court transcripts or witness statements. It walked quietly, in the footsteps of 2 dogs beside a girl in a wheelchair, and shimmered in the eyes of grown-ups who once turned away, now silently returning. Elise, after a sleepless night at the clinic, had compiled a dossier, each file manually labeled Evidence A to F, Legal Ownership of Blitz and Halo under Thera K9 Program, approved in 2016 at Valley Pines. Stamped faintly at the bottom corner of every page was a stylized sunflower, the emblem of the therapy initiative, and a signature in fading blue ink, Elise's own. She wasn't just their veterinarian. She was the very person who had signed off on Blitz and Halo's entry into the specialized training program, back when they were barely 6 months old. "These aren't military working dogs," Elise said quietly to Frank, as he slipped the documents into a leather-bound envelope. "They're psychological specialists, on 4 legs." Frank, former intelligence officer, now gas station owner and unofficial investigator, had been quietly tracing every knot in the web that was Elite Security Solutions. With help from a friend in Denver, he uncovered a trail of shell companies and sketchy asset transfers. Thompson's name only listed under temporary legal proxies. "They laundered paperwork like they launder money," Frank muttered. "Only this time it wasn't for profit. It was for something that heals." Among the collected files, one document brought silence to the entire room. A list of more than 40 dogs once registered under the Children's Therapy Program, now marked reacquired for tactical retraining. Next to each name was a child they had once helped, and a final note. Transferred. No further contact. Blitz and Halo were not alone. They were 2 among dozens, once healers, now repurposed for conflict. And now, Frank said quietly, they want to turn Ivy into a loose end. Something to clean up before the rest of the story leaks. Selwood Ridge was no longer quiet. The town council, once hesitant, called an emergency session. Elise stood before them, not just with documents, but with proof that could be seen and heard. A video clip from 2018 played on the projector. Halo curled beside a little girl trembling from a trauma-induced seizure. The dog's slow, steady breathing calmed her. No bark, no bite, just presence. "This is empathy," Elise concluded. "Not built from commands, but born from connection. No military manual can teach this." The council voted to certify her evidence. Blitz and Halo, it was ruled, were never registered under any security force. Their legal guardianship was to be returned, fully and formally, to their current caretaker, Ivy Lennox. And the news spread faster than melting snow. Local stations aired headlines like, "Young Girl Becomes Symbol of Justice in a Divided Town." "Selwood Ridge Clears Blitz and Halo, Reveals Deeper Conspiracy Behind Private Security Firm." At school, for the first time, Ivy entered her classroom with Blitz and Halo, and no whispers trailed behind her. Instead, there was applause, tentative at first. Then, a card on her desk. "Sorry for not believing you. I used to be scared, but now I know. Being afraid of the wrong thing is even more dangerous. Signed, Emily, your classmate. Back at Frank's station, the door never stopped swinging open. Locals brought meals, stacks of printed reports, even offers to help expand the investigation. Because now they understood. This wasn't just about Ivy. This was about all of them. Pastor Green visited Ivy with a quiet invitation. We're holding a prayer vigil. Not for you, but for what you and your two friends reminded us of. The courage to speak the truth, even when it's late. Ivy sat in her wheelchair, her hand resting on Halo's back. Her gaze wasn't on the cameras nor the crowd. It lingered on a photograph pinned to the back wall of the stage, her parents holding her at age 3, and an embroidered line sewn by May. You were always meant to heal, not hide. From a girl once labeled a burden, Ivy had become the voice of justice. But what made her different was not pity, it was purpose. She rose not because someone lifted her, but because 2 broken dogs had found her in the rain. And together they stood again. And this time, the whole town rose with her. That morning, Selwood Ridge lay beneath the pale hush of a spring that arrived late. New leaves had just begun to bud on the ivy-covered trellis outside May Lennox's porch, still beaded with dew, while inside, the air had thickened with the scent of cough medicine and the labored breathing of someone who had held on too long. May Lennox, a woman who had never allowed herself to appear fragile in front of her granddaughter, could no longer rise from bed on her own. The pulse in her neck throbbed with aching pressure. Her hands trembled as she tried to lift the tea Ivy had quietly brewed. The girl stood nearby, not watching with her eyes, but sensing with something deeper. She knew. Her grandmother was weakening. "I'm just tired," May whispered, trying to smile. "A nap will fix it." But by noon, when Blitz began barking non-stop at the door, and Halo positioned himself between Ivy and May as if trying to shield the child from the force of her grandmother's violent coughing, Elise knew they couldn't wait any longer. At the town hospital, the diagnosis came swiftly, like a clean surgical cut. Pulmonary damage, severely compromised immune system, minimum 6 weeks of absolute rest, no stress, no emotional strain. Elise stood with Ivy in the hallway as the words fell like cold rain. The girl's small fingers trembled, grasping not just for meaning, but for some way to hold on to a reality now unraveling. "Then who will take care of me?" Ivy asked. Not like a child asking an adult, but like a fragile soul finally letting the fear speak after too many days of holding it in. The doctor glanced toward a woman standing across the corridor. The social worker? She smiled politely. But it was a smile shaped more by procedure than by compassion. That night, the house that had once felt warm as the palm of a hand now stretched empty and too still. Blitz and Halo refused their usual corners. They stayed by Ivy's side, as if even a step apart might cause the whole world to break. She didn't eat. She didn't sleep. All night she sat curled up on the sofa, Halo resting his chin on her knee, Blitz blocking the door. None of them spoke. "I can't keep this house safe by myself," Ivy murmured, as if to no one but the dark. "And if they take me away, you'll be gone too." Even thinking about separation felt like being torn in half, because ever since that fateful day beneath the maple tree, when muffled cries met 2 unwavering souls, she hadn't been a broken piece anymore. She was whole because of them. The next morning, the social worker returned, carrying a thick gray file. Inside, a list of certified juvenile care centers for disabled children, along with a condition that felt like a cold blade. No animals permitted during residency, including therapy dogs. "They're not animals," Ivy said, standing abruptly, her voice sharp, unfamiliar even to herself. "They're my legs when I can't walk. They're my hands when I can't reach. They're the silence I need to sleep, the voice I need when I can't speak. If you take me away without them, you're splitting a body in two. Blitz barked once, planting himself in front of her. Halo didn't growl. He simply stepped toward the woman and sat. But his eyes were clear, firm, and far from friendly. Elise arrived at that exact moment. She took one look at Ivy, then at the file. "I'll find a way," she said. Meanwhile, May lay in isolation, oxygen tubes curling toward her face. Her mind was sharp, but her body had fallen behind. "We're out of time," she whispered to Elise during a visit. "If I can't make the guardianship official, they'll be separated. Please, don't let that happen." Elise squeezed her hand. "You just focus on getting better. I'll handle the rest." At the old train station, now serving as a makeshift community center, Frank and Elise organized an emergency campaign. They called it 72 Hours to Keep a Family Together. The goal, to find a legally eligible temporary guardian who could keep Ivy in her home, with Blitz and Halo by her side, until May recovered. Everyone stepped in. Pastor Green petitioned the town council for special housing rights. Sarah Mitchell, a volunteer attorney, drafted notarized guardianship transfers. Elise pledged medical oversight and in-home care. Then Ivy stood, small but unwavering, in front of the gathered crowd. "I've never asked for anything before," she said quietly. "But now, I need to stay with my family. And Blitz, Halo, they are my family." Local media covered the story. Community rallies to stop separation of girl and her therapy dogs. Piece by piece, a patchwork of resolve came together. Empathy, trust, and a shared promise not to let Ivy become just another case file in a cold, gray system. 3 days later, the papers were signed. Elise, who had once walked away from an entire career because she refused to turn compassion into commerce, was now Ivy's legal temporary guardian. Ivy was not taken. Blitz and Halo were not removed. And from her hospital bed, May Lennox smiled faintly. "Family," she whispered, "isn't always who brings you into the world. It's who chooses to stay, no matter what the world becomes." Inside the sterile hospital room, pale white walls glowed under the dim, amber hue of the overhead light, its soft wash seeping through the fogged window glass. Ivy sat quietly by the bedside, her small hand wrapped tightly around the frail, veined fingers of May Lennox, the woman who had never once allowed herself to appear weak in front of her granddaughter, now unable to rise from bed for the first time. The IV lines weaving around her arms didn't make her look fragile, but it was clear. She was no longer the woman who once juggled 3 jobs and kept a spotless home. The doctor exited the room. Elise stood waiting in the hallway, clipboard in hand, still blank. She had wrestled with this all night, ever since the realization struck. If May didn't recover soon, Ivy and the dogs would lose not just their home, but each other. She took a quiet breath. "I know you may not agree right away," Elise said gently. Her voice wasn't sweet nor falsely reassuring. It was honest. "But this is the only way right now to keep you and Blitz and Halo together." Ivy didn't look at her. She stared out the hospital window, where thin streaks of morning light painted Selwood Ridge in faint gold. Blitz lay curled at her feet, head resting on the tip of her shoe. Halo, as always, stood guard at the hospital door, ears alert as if counting every breath May took inside. "You want to take me in?" Ivy asked, not in fear, but in measured curiosity. She wasn't protesting. She was seeking clarity, something she could believe in. Elise nodded. "Temporarily, until your grandma gets better. I have the qualifications to become your guardian. My home has space, and there's a dedicated therapy area for Blitz and Halo. And you know I'm not a stranger to them." She sat beside the girl. This isn't the easy choice. But if we don't do this, Child Services will move you to a center. Blitz and Halo will be held in a shelter until the lawsuit ends." Ivy didn't respond. She stayed still. Then Blitz nudged her palm gently with his nose. A silent reminder. "We've survived together. We will again." "I agree," Ivy said at last, her voice barely a whisper. Elise held her breath. "You mean it?" "But I have a condition." Elise tilted her head. A faint smile touched her lips. "I'm listening." Ivy placed her hand over her chest, as if the words were drawn from a place deeper than memory. "You can take me home, but every day I have to see Grandma. Even if it's just for 10 minutes. Even if I can only look through the glass. If I don't, I won't be okay." Blitz lifted his head, resting it on Ivy's lap, golden eyes shimmering with silent agreement. Elise nodded without hesitation. "I promise. I'll bring you here every day, morning or evening, your choice, and I'll do everything I can to bring her home." From that day forward, Elise's modest home, once filled only with the hum of medical machines and the scent of antiseptic, welcomed new sounds. The soft roll of Ivy's wheelchair, the quick barks of Blitz at mealtimes, and Ivy's nightly stories whispered to Halo, even when he had already dozed off halfway through. Ivy's room was repainted within 2 days, in soft sunshine yellow. Elise let her pick the wall stickers, small stars and cartoon dogs wearing red bandanas. A corner of the room was padded with soft mats. Blitz and Halo claimed it immediately as their sleeping spot. At first, Elise thought she was simply doing the right thing, a temporary solution. But watching Ivy gently pull stray dog hairs from her towel, fold clothes for Blitz, and calmly reintroduce Halo to an old therapy harness, she realized this wasn't just a decision. It was belonging. On the 4th morning, Elise wheeled Ivy to the hospital, just as promised. Outside the ICU glass, May still slept. But seeing her face, tired, pale, and peaceful, was enough for Ivy. She smiled. "I just need to know she's still here," she whispered. Elise looked down at Blitz, then over to Halo. "And I believe she's fighting harder because she knows she gets to see you every day." That afternoon, Ivy sat outside Elise's clinic as new patients arrived for therapy. One little girl, around 8, stepped out, clutching the hem of her mother's shirt, eyes locked on Halo like drawn by gravity. Halo approached, slow and steady, then sat beside her, resting his head on her foot. "May she pet him?" the mother asked softly. Ivy nodded, and for the first time, Halo allowed someone other than Ivy, to stroke his neck. Ivy said nothing, but in her chest something opened, just a little. Because maybe this wasn't just a place to wait. Maybe it was another home. That night, Elise entered the living room to find Ivy brushing Blitz's coat, a small TV glowing nearby. The news report rolled in the background. The ongoing lawsuit between Ivy Lennox and Quartech Security has taken a turn, following new revelations that discrepancies exist in the original K-9 training files. The reporter's voice faded, replaced by the quiet intensity on Elise's face. She placed a hand on Ivy's shoulder. "We're about to turn the whole game around," she said, "and you hold the winning card." Ivy looked up. She didn't speak, but Blitz licked her hand. Halo stirred beside her. Ready. Elise knew, without needing another word, this family, however stitched together by fate, was already standing on something stronger than paper. They stood on love, on promises kept, and a quiet faith that refused to break. The first month after the lawsuit ended, with the verdict in Ivy's favor, Selwood Ridge changed in ways no one had anticipated. The murmurs in the grocery store became greetings. The hesitant glances turned into warm nods of congratulations. But the most important transformation began not in the courthouse, but in the heart of Ivy's new home. Elise's old veterinary clinic. Elise no longer called it a clinic. A new sign now hung over the gate, clear and hopeful. Selwood Sanctuary, Animal-Assisted Therapy Center for Exceptional Children. The opening ceremony had no balloons, no ribbons, no loud fanfare. But each stair, each whitewashed wall inside, had been touched by someone from town. The plumber refused payment. An elderly couple donated a wooden table set from their closed cafe. High school students painted murals, each one of a dog embracing a child. Ivy sat in her new wheelchair, donated by Frank Cooper from an old military hospital, and smiled as Blitz and Halo ran around the training yard. She no longer cowered behind May's back. No one had to tell her. She knew she had a new role now, leading something good into the world. Every morning, Ivy and Elise welcomed children through the sanctuary gates. Some didn't speak, some were afraid of light, some had screamed at the sound of a bark. But those same children, when met with Blitz's calm eyes or a soft lick from Halo, sat still. Sometimes even laughed. One of them was Oliver, a 7-year-old boy from a neighboring town. Diagnosed with severe autism, Oliver had a history of hurting himself when unable to express emotion. Most therapy centers had refused him. Some had only accepted him temporarily. On his first visit to Selwood Sanctuary, Oliver wouldn't get out of the car. He curled into the corner of the back seat, clutching a tattered red blanket. Elise didn't force him. She simply walked over, with Blitz at her side, leashless. The German Shepherd sat quietly by the door. He didn't bark. He didn't nudge. He just waited. 13 minutes passed. Oliver didn't move. Minute 14, he peeked through his blanket. Minute 15, he stepped out. He didn't look at anyone, but he placed a hand on Blitz's head, as if they'd known each other forever. The yard erupted in quiet joy when Oliver smiled. It wasn't loud, but it was wide enough to make his mother sob openly. She covered her mouth, shoulders trembling. And Ivy, watching just a few feet away, smiled too. Not with sound, but with eyes that lit up like morning after a long, misty night. Blitz didn't need training for that, Ivy told a group of therapy students observing nearby. He just felt it. And Halo, she added, pointing to the dog, now resting at Oliver's feet, is the guardian. Not everyone sees what he does, but he's always there, exactly where the child needs him to be. Ivy's return to school marked another milestone. No more isolation. No more uneasy glances. Instead, she was invited to speak to her class about animal-assisted therapy. Ms. Thompson gave her the entire session to teach her classmates how to guide therapy dogs through obstacle courses and how to read the silent signals of special needs children. They won't always say, "I'm scared" or "I'm sad," Ivy explained. But if you look close enough, who's clenching their fists, who's pulling their knees in, whose eyes are darting, and if Blitz or Halo steps in at just the right moment, everything changes. She didn't say much, but every word had weight. That evening, Elise and Martha, May, who had finally returned home and now lived in a small room behind the center, sat together watching a video from the local news. The footage showed Ivy, hair in a crooked ponytail, leading Halo across the yard, speaking to Oliver, and smiling as the boy walked through the obstacle course alone. "She's come so far," Martha said softly. "And she's leading a whole generation with her," Elise replied. At night, when the last child had gone home, the sanctuary yard would fall silent. Ivy returned to her usual spot, an old wooden step near the porch. Blitz would rest his head on her lap. Halo lay just behind, silent as a shadow. "Thank you," she whispered, unsure if it was meant for the dogs, for Elise, for May, or for the girl she used to be, a girl who once believed her world had stopped turning the day her legs gave out. "Tomorrow," she murmured to Blitz, "we're taking 3 new kids to the garden, okay?" His ears perked up. Halo stirred slightly, like he'd heard and already understood. Above them, the stars over Selwood Ridge shimmered into view. Not with grandeur, but with quiet light, like tiny promises being rekindled. In the eyes of a girl who once thought her life had quietly shut its doors. The gentle June sunlight draped itself over the gravel paths of Selwood Sanctuary, casting a warm glow on wild daisies blooming along the fence line. A breeze drifted through, carrying the scent of pine wood and cinnamon cookies. May's signature morning ritual still faithfully upheld. The front door creaked open. A group of visitors stepped in, mostly teachers and parents from nearby towns, drawn here to learn about the therapy dog program that had transformed Selwood Ridge from a quiet, forgotten place into a beacon of healing and compassion. At the front of the group rolled a 12-year-old girl with a low ponytail, her face shedding the softness of childhood, but keeping all the quiet clarity in her eyes. Ivy? Her wheelchair, now redesigned for lighter and smoother movement, glided easily across the stone tiles. Every word she spoke was clear, not loud, but steady, with a quiet self-assurance that didn't need to be proven. "Selwood Sanctuary isn't a hospital," she said, as the group stopped inside a spacious room filled with natural light. "It's a place where children find their laughter again, and sometimes they find themselves." Beside her walked 2 German shepherds. Blitz stayed to the left, his back slightly hunched, the once dark coat now peppered with silver. Halo followed a step behind, silent, watchful, guarding every unseen corner. A child in the group, around 8 years old, raised a hand. "Miss Ivy, why does that dog walk so close to your wheel?" Ivy smiled, glancing at Halo with affection. "Because he's the guardian. He stays where you can't see, but always where you need." They moved on into the rear garden, now transformed into a therapeutic retreat with soft wooden paths, shaded resting stations, and interactive play zones for the children. In one corner, a boy was gently placing his hand on the head of a golden retriever. He was learning to name objects using picture cards, and for each card he laid down, the dog would place its paw gently on it in response. A nearby teacher whispered, "He's never spoken before, but since working with that dog, he's started pointing to words that mean something." Ivy turned, her eyes shining. That's the first step. When a child feels heard, language comes. On the back porch, May sat reading by the old wooden table. Her hair had turned completely white, but her hands were still strong enough to fold cinnamon cookies for the children at the end of every class. From her office, Elise, now executive director of the sanctuary, stepped out and exchanged a knowing glance with Ivy. Everything had changed. And yet, some things, like the way Ivy gently ran her hand over Blitz's fur whenever she paused, remained exactly the same. When the last of the visitors had left at noon, Ivy returned to the backyard, where the sunlight now slanted through the maples like woven threads of gold. She stopped at the center of the yard. Blitz sat beside her, breathing slow, head tilted slightly. Halo lay nearby, eyes half closed but ears still alert, as if ready to rise the moment she needed him. "We did it," Ivy whispered. "The 3 of us." The wind stirred again, carrying the scent of dry grass and children's laughter from the therapy area. No one saw, but Ivy brushed away a tear. Not out of sorrow, but from the quiet knowing that some beautiful things, once passed through, become part of you forever. That evening, long after everyone had gone, Ivy sat on the stone bench out front. Blitz rested under her feet, his head on her shoe. Halo stayed behind the bench, just as he always did, watching the ridgeline in the distance. Ivy opened her worn leather notebook, where she recorded each week's special moments of healing. Today, she wrote, Oliver said his first word, friend. It was when his hand touched Halo. Blitz fell asleep in the therapy classroom. The kid sat still for 20 minutes. No one dared disturb him. One whispered, I don't want to wake the angel. A soft rustle. Blitz stirred. Ivy reached down, her hand gently resting on his back. It's okay, she whispered. Just a long day. Then she looked out, toward the winding trail that curved along the hillside, the very trail Blitz and Halo had once walked down 5 years ago into her life. If it weren't for you two, I don't think I would have found myself. Blitz looked up, eyes unchanged. No words, but everything understood. Ivy smiled and nodded. And then her voice rose, soft, steady, and certain. They didn't just save me. They taught me how to save myself. And the world around me? Some stories don't end with fireworks or grand finales. They close with a quiet afternoon, a warm sigh, or the still glance between a girl and a dog growing old. The story of Ivy, Blitz, and Halo is one of those. In a town once forgotten by time, a girl in a wheelchair and 2 loyal shepherds reshaped a whole community. Not with strength, but with presence. Not with noise, but with trust. Not with perfection, but with a love that never asked for anything back. From broken pieces of the past, 3 souls stitched together a home for those the world nearly left behind. We live in a world that grows louder by the day, where kindness is often questioned, where the smallest gestures are too easily dismissed. But it is the silent things, like Blitz's gaze when Ivy trembled, or Halo's quiet step behind her, that hold up the most sacred of changes. So love a dog, not because they're perfect, but because they stay. Believe that compassion is never late. And if you can, be the one who opens the door for a soul that's lost its way, just like Ivy once opened hers, that rainy night, and found light waiting on the other side. Because kindness is never wasted. It only needs to be held long enough to bloom and to reach beyond. Winter didn't arrive in Wexler with snow. It came with silence. The snow was just the last part, the soft punctuation at the end of something that had been creeping in for a while. Cold. Pale. Still. The pine trees that wrapped around the town didn't sway. They stood tall and hushed, like they were holding their breath, listening to the wind slip through the cracks in the rocks. And the wind here? It didn't scream, it didn't whip or howl, it just whispered. Long, slow, like a sigh that never really ended. At the edge of the forest, right where the town gave up and the trees took over, sat a cabin. Faded brown, weathered. The snow on its roof looked like someone had carefully laid it there, layer by layer, like offerings on a quiet altar. On the porch, a man sat in a wheelchair. A metal mug rested between his hands, half filled with coffee that had gone cold. Caleb Stroud stared out across the blanket of white, like he was looking for something that used to be there. A person. A memory. A sound that had disappeared and taken a piece of him with it. He was just past 40, but his face didn't show age in the usual way. It was something deeper, something that had settled beneath the skin, especially around the eyes. His brow stayed furrowed, like a habit he couldn't shake. The habit of watching something that was no longer coming. Once, he was a mine rescuer. First one in, last one out, until the day the mine didn't let him leave. That collapse 6 years ago took both his legs. What it left behind was silence. Inside the cabin was a girl, 8 years old, Emery Quinn, Caleb's niece. After the car crash that took her parents, Caleb's younger brother, and his wife, he became all she had left. At first, he took her in out of duty, but over time, she became the only thing he still felt capable of doing right. Emery didn't speak. Not because she couldn't, but because she had chosen not to. From the time she was very small, she lived in her own world. One without words. Her eyes never really focused on people. They floated past, like she didn't expect anyone to be there anyway. The cabin held no conversation. Just the language of old wood and wind. The soft hiss of air slipping through the walls. The creak of dry floorboards. The slow, uneven drip of water into the sink like a broken clock that no longer cared about time. And sometimes, the faint roll of wheels over the planks, reminding the room that someone still moved here, even if the world didn't. Caleb had grown used to the quiet, not because he liked it, but because he didn't have much choice. Silence clung to him like smoke, like the survivors of explosions who lose their hearing for a while. And when it finally comes back, the first thing they notice is their own heartbeat. He didn't say much. Most thoughts stayed locked inside. But that morning, when he saw the fresh prints in the snow outside, small, unmistakable, he set his coffee down slowly and whispered, just to himself, "Another day." Emery remained silent, too. Not because she was lost, but because silence had become her shelter, her way of staying whole. After the crash, she didn't cry, didn't scream, didn't ask why. It was like she already knew the question wouldn't bring anything back. Caleb never figured out exactly when her voice disappeared. Maybe it was the night he brought her home from the hospital. She sat in the back seat, clutching a stuffed bear with a tear along its side. Or maybe it was the next morning when she sat at the kitchen table. Just sat there, eyes unfocused, small hands resting on the bear's ear, waiting, maybe for the world to make sense again. But it didn't, and neither of them pushed for it to. Sometimes Emery would just sit on the porch step, eyes lowered to the snow like she was trying to remember something that used to matter deeply, but had broken into too many small pieces to pick up again. From that point on, she lived in her own world, one with walls no one dared knock on. She moved through her days with quiet rituals, folding hand towels, lining up plates and spoons, wiping down the table gently with the sleeve of her sweater. And sometimes, though rarely, she'd sit by the window, legs curled underneath her, coloring with worn-down crayons that barely had names anymore. Caleb would stop and watch her sometimes. On paper, she drew simple things: a small house, a pine tree, two figures standing side by side, faceless, nameless. But always, always, there was a space left beside them, an open space, like something or someone was missing, or maybe still expected. He never asked what she was thinking. He didn't want to risk touching something so fragile it might retreat even further into silence. So instead, he learned to speak her language without words. He cooked only soft foods, never anything with strong smells. He placed her glass exactly where she liked it, folded napkins always to the left of her plate, even if she didn't use them. The distance between them wasn't coldness. It was a kind of quiet respect, a silent agreement. He wouldn't press into her world with too much hope. And she hadn't yet found a reason to come out. Once, Caleb took her to see a specialist. He brought her sketchbook, her vaccination records, a long list of things Emery couldn't or wouldn't do. The doctor was a middle-aged woman with gentle, steady eyes. She looked at the drawings. She spoke with Caleb for a while. Then she said something that stayed with him like frost on a window. "She hasn't lost the ability to speak," she said quietly. "She's just never met anyone who made her believe words were worth using." That line stuck to him. It didn't melt. It didn't go away. He understood. and the more he understood, the more he feared. He might not be the one with enough light to be that person. To knock on her door first. One gray afternoon, while loading firewood into the stove, Caleb noticed a thin envelope slipped under the door. The paper was from the Denver Animal Therapy Center. A short message printed in bold, no embellishments. "We have a trained support dog available, ideal for children with communication challenges. Would you like to try?" Caleb held the letter for a long time. His fingers trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from something warmer, something harder to admit. Hope. Hope he had buried deep, like an unopened letter in a drawer that no one touched. He wasn't sure if he was ready, but he knew this. Emery deserved a chance, even if it was just one. The next morning he saw fresh prints again on the steps. He sat on the porch, coffee cold in his hands, warmth long gone. But something in him stirred. Small. Software A shift. At first Caleb didn't write back. He read the letter 4 times, each word slow, careful. He placed it back down like it might prick him. A trained support dog, ideal for children with communication challenges. The invitation was gentle, no pressure, and yet it felt like a test, like someone was asking him to try again, to believe again. The question looped through his head over and over. If she doesn't change, if nothing happens, can I survive another hope that doesn't come true? Caleb was no stranger to collapse. Working in the mines had taught him that not everything comes with warning. Concrete cracked without a sound. Rock ceilings gave way in a single dry shriek. One second it was solid, the next, it wasn't. But with children, collapse came differently. No noise, no dust, just a hollow stare. A nod that meant nothing. A turned back that never turned around again. So he brushed it off. Folded the letter, slipped it into the left drawer where he kept all the things he wasn't ready to face. That night, the cold deepened. Outside, the wind scraped against the cabin walls like it was trying to peel them away. Inside, the fire glowed steady in the stove, but even that warmth felt thin, like it could vanish with a breath. Caleb poured warm water for Emery. Quiet, careful. But when he turned back to the table, her chair was empty. She was under the desk, curled up tight, clutching one of her drawings. It was the one with her parents, 2 figures standing between pine trees, faceless, hand in hand. Emery's eyes locked on the blank space beside them, the emptiness she always left there. She didn't cry, didn't shake. She just held the paper like it might shatter if anyone breathed too hard. Caleb stopped, looked at her, then turned away. His hands clenched, his jaw tensed, like he was trying to hold back something rising from his chest that had nowhere else to go. He swallowed it, like always, but this time it stuck in his throat. And then he remembered something. A rescue call from almost 15 years ago. A boy, maybe 7. Nonverbal. Diagnosed with severe autism. Never spoke a word, not even at home. But when he thought his dog had been buried in the rubble, he screamed. "Tanner!" Just once. Loud. Clear. Raw. Everyone on the team froze. That single shout cut through the smoke and dust like it had been waiting all its life to be born. His parents, standing behind the caution tape, collapsed into each other. It was the first word they'd ever heard him say. Caleb never forgot that story. Not because it was a miracle, but because it taught him something simple and true. Some doors only open when the world outside feels safe enough to knock. The next morning, Caleb picked up the phone. His voice came out rough, slow, but certain. "I'm ready to try." 3 days later, a silver truck pulled up over the snow-packed path leading to the cabin. It rolled to a gentle stop. The door opened, A man in a navy jacket stepped out, holding a leash. Beside him was a shape that moved with quiet purpose. Big, steady, measured. Arlo. A full-grown German shepherd with a lean, powerful frame. His coat was a blend of smoke and night, dusted with snow. But it was his walk that made time feel slower, each step deliberate, as if the earth had invited him to move forward. His eyes weren't nervous. They were alert, focused, as if every second mattered. Caleb watched him from the porch, unmoving. He'd seen a lot of working dogs over the years, but Arlo felt different. It wasn't just training. It was calm. The kind of calm that made the air settle around him. Inside the cabin, Emery stood in the doorway. She didn't run, didn't hide. But she didn't move closer either. She just stood there, still, and looked. Her eyes found Arlo's, and for a long, quiet moment, neither of them looked away. Caleb saw it. That silent connection. So he rolled his chair forward slowly, stopping just beside the dog, lowering his gaze to meet Arlo's. "Hey there, Arlo," he said softly, almost a whisper. "I hope you can do what I haven't been able to." The next morning, when Caleb rolled onto the porch, he noticed fresh tracks in the snow. They weren't his, and they weren't Emery's. 4 paw prints, clear and deliberate, leading from the front door out toward the forest, then looping back like someone had taken a quiet walk just to check on things, then returned to where they began. Caleb sat down, coffee cooling in his hands. But for the first time in a long while, the cold didn't reach his chest. For the first time in years, he felt it small, careful but real. Maybe this time, something might be different. Arlo settled into the cabin without noise, without fuss. He didn't sniff every corner or mark his place. He didn't need to. By the end of the first night, he had already memorized the language of the house. The way the wind whispered through the floorboards near the kitchen, the slow drip from the rusted faucet into the steel sink, the faint creak of old wood when the fire began to warm the room. Arlo didn't pace. He didn't bark. But his eyes stayed open, always watching. Not from fear, not from alertness, from intention, especially when it came to Emery. Since the moment he arrived, every time she stepped out of her room, Arlo would turn his head. Not to approach, not to wag, not to intrude, just to watch, quietly, like someone who had once stood at the edge of another world and was waiting to be invited in. Caleb noticed. He didn't say anything. But every day, he watched from behind the frosted window or from the kitchen chair tucked in the corner. He saw the way Arlo would slowly lift his head each time Emery walked by. The way he shifted his body when she folded the towel in a different spot than usual. And how his eyes sharpened, not sad, but aware when Emery reached for a blue cup instead of her usual white one. And Caleb thought to himself, Arlo doesn't need words, but Arlo knows. One morning, light snow was falling outside. Caleb was pouring water into the kettle when he heard a faint sound behind him, a soft clink. He turned toward the living room. Emery was sitting cross-legged on the rug, mid-drawing. A house half-finished on the page. Her blue crayon had rolled just out of reach. Caleb instinctively moved to roll toward her. But then, he stopped. Arlo had already stood up. No rush, no sound, just a steady walk across the floor. He lowered his head, nudged the crayon gently with his muzzle, rolled it back to her until it stopped just before her knees. Emery looked at Arlo. Not for long, just a few seconds. But she didn't flinch, didn't look away. And this time, unlike all the times someone tried to help her and she froze, She didn't set the crayon down. She picked it up, turned it slowly in her fingers, then kept drawing. A soft line, curved gently, like the roof of a house freshly dusted with snow. Caleb didn't say a word, but something inside him stirred, like the faint vibration of a string touched by wind. Not loud, but real. Since the day he brought Emery home, he had kept his distance, not out of fear, but because he never wanted to hurt her with the quiet weight of hope. He had told himself, maybe I'm doing it right, or maybe I'm just surviving beside her, not really reaching her at all. But Arlo didn't think about right or wrong. Arlo was just there, in every moment, at the right distance, never pushing Emery to do anything, but never letting her feel like she was completely alone. That night, as Caleb sat by the window, watching the snow stack in soft layers across the porch, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. 2 sets of footprints, Emery's and Arlo's, woven into each other beneath the dusting of fresh snow. Both sets led from the front steps to the small pine tree near the cabin, then stopped. Maybe, just maybe, she hadn't gone there alone. That afternoon, the sky had turned a dull, worn white, the kind that looked scraped thin by wind. The snow didn't fall gently anymore. It came heavy, thick, like the sky was trying to empty out every last breath of winter, all at once. Wind whistled through the cabin's wooden seams, long and sharp, like someone dragging old memories across the floor. And at 3:12 p.m., the power went out. Caleb didn't move at first. He just glanced up at the ceiling light as it flickered, then faded. Then quietly turned his chair and wheeled over to the fireplace. He added a few more pieces of dry wood, watched the flames grow from a faint glow into something steadier. Then lit the oil lamp, placing it on the floor where the light could spread. The glow wasn't bright. It didn't push the darkness away, but it softened it, made it feel less alone. Emery sat curled in the corner of the living room, her back against the armchair, a sketchbook held close to her chest. She hadn't spoken all day, hadn't drawn anything new either. Her eyes were locked on the page, like she was searching for something that had disappeared. At some point, her head drooped. She fell asleep without a sound. Caleb moved instinctively to bring her a blanket. But before he could even shift his wheels, he saw Arlo, standing, no rush, no noise. Arlo padded toward her, stopped for a moment and looked, then turned, and without any command, gently took the edge of the wool blanket draped over the back of the couch. Bit by bit, with his teeth, he dragged it across the floor, carefully, slowly, making sure it didn't snag, making sure it didn't make too much sound. He didn't paw at it, didn't push. He just moved like he'd done this 100 times before, or had held the memory of it somewhere deep, long before he arrived here. When the blanket reached Emery's side, Arlo nudged it up with his nose. Just enough to cover her legs. Nothing more, no fuss. It was deliberate, almost tender, like every movement came from something older than training. Caleb stood still, not because he was surprised, but because of what happened next. Emery stirred, her eyelids fluttered open. Just for a second, and in that second, something shifted. She didn't look through Arlo. She looked at him. Not empty, not startled, just present. Her eyes paused there, soft and focused, not running, not guarded. She looked at Arlo the way someone might look at a door they've kept locked for years, deciding, for the first time, whether to turn the handle. Then she blinked. Just once. And let her eyes close again. No smile, no words, no gestures. But for Caleb, it was as if someone had wiped years of dust from an old mirror. Not because the room had gotten brighter, but because the mirror finally reflected something again. From inside. He said nothing. He didn't move forward. He just slowly backed away and let the quiet hold exactly as it was. The oil lamp behind Caleb cast a long shadow across the wall, broken and bent where the wooden slats split the light. Something was rising in his chest, a feeling he hadn't named yet. It wasn't hope. He'd had hope before. He'd watched it flicker, then vanish. And it wasn't joy. Joy was too fragile, too loud. Something he didn't dare reach for just yet. No, this feeling was smaller, like a flame newly lit. It didn't bring warmth, but it made the snow-filled night feel a little less dark. That night, Caleb didn't go to bed early. He stayed near the window, hands wrapped around a mug of ginger tea gone cold, eyes tracing the slope of the yard beneath the moonlight. The snow was still falling. But what made him freeze, what stopped even his breath, was what he saw just beneath the porch rail. 2 sets of footprints, one set small, soft. The steps moved evenly, pausing here and there, then curving away. The other, larger, deeper, followed close behind. They didn't wander. They walked together, side by side, then stopped under the small pine tree just to the left of the house. That tree, Caleb knew it well. It was where Emery always went, or more precisely where she used to go, alone. The next morning, when the sky was still a soft gray and the wind threaded through the pine trees like ribbon, Emery opened the front door. She didn't say anything. She never did. She just pulled her dark purple scarf around her neck, clutched her weathered sketchbook to her chest, and stepped outside. Caleb sat on the porch, a blanket across his knees, one hand resting on a mug that had long gone cold. He watched her through the frosted glass. But today, something was different. Arlo rose to his feet. He didn't bark, didn't wait to be told. He simply followed. Not close enough to chase, not far enough to be absent. Just there, walking beside her, matching her pace, keeping space enough not to crowd her, but close enough that if something were to happen, just one step, and he'd be there. Behind the cabin, the forest was still, snow pressed against every branch. The pine trees towered, silent and strong, like old witnesses to long winters. Beneath their limbs, the path Emery had walked so many times remained faint but present. Only this time, there were 2 tracks, her small ones, and his, heavier, deeper. The old Y-shaped tree came into view, the one she always chose, the one that seemed to know her, shelter her. She never drew at the table inside, only here. Like this place held sounds she couldn't hear indoors. Or maybe it let her listen to herself. Emery sat down. Still, she didn't speak, didn't look back. She opened her sketchbook and placed the tip of her pencil to the page. Arlo stopped a few steps behind her. He didn't move closer, didn't make a sound. He simply lay down in the snow, curled into himself, head resting softly on his front paws, eyes steady on Emery, not sleepy, not distracted, just present, like a guard, or maybe something gentler, something quieter. The kind of presence that doesn't ask to be seen, only to be trusted. It wasn't anything grand, just readiness. Caleb stood inside the cabin, chin resting lightly on the edge of the window frame. His breath fogged the glass in soft pulses. He didn't call out, didn't wave. He just stood there, hands gripping the arms of his wheelchair. From where he watched, the scene outside looked almost like a painting drained of color. The white of the snow, the brown of the pine tree's bark, the dark purple of Emery's scarf, and Arlo black and tan, his figure sharp and defined in a world where everything else felt buried or fading. A gust of wind rolled through, lifting the pine branches just enough to make them whisper. Caleb pulled his arm in, but his eyes stayed locked on the yard, unblinking. It wasn't that he worried Emery would get cold. It was that he feared if he blinked. This moment might vanish, like steam off the stove. Emery sat a long time, drawing something in thick, dark pencil. Every so often she paused. Her gaze drifted toward the tree trunk beside her. Sometimes just briefly her eyes would flick over to Arlo. But she never lingered. She didn't need to. His presence was enough. Caleb gave the smallest nod. Barely a movement. But inside, it felt like a quiet confession. For the first time in years, he whispered something. Not to himself. Not to some distant hope. But to the four-legged soul lying out there in the snow, guarding something far more delicate than sound. Thank you, Arlo. That morning, the sky was low and gray. A thin veil of mist hung over the line of trees behind the house. The snow hadn't started falling again, but yesterday's layers still clung to the footpaths and slopes, blurring the lines of where anything began or ended. Emery wrapped her scarf around her neck and opened the door. She didn't speak. Didn't look back. Sketchbook tucked under one arm, footsteps steady. Caleb sat on the porch as always, his fingers curled around a fresh cup of coffee, steam still trailing from the rim. Arlo lay beside him, head resting on his front paws, eyes half closed. But only seconds after Emery disappeared behind the tree line. Arlo lifted his head. No bark, no sudden movement, just a twitch of the ear. Subtle, sharp, and then his expression shifted. He stood, nose to the air, breathing deep. Then he turned toward the left. Not the trail Emery usually took. Caleb noticed. His eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his mouth, about to speak. But Arlo was already moving. Not fast, not panicked, but each step was deliberate, like something in the wind had changed, something he couldn't ignore. And Caleb, he knew that walk. It was the walk of instinct, the kind that meant something was wrong. Caleb's hand tightened slightly on the armrest of his wheelchair. He couldn't follow. His body didn't allow it anymore. That helplessness settled on his chest like a thin layer of ice. Not painful, just still. All he could do was sit there, waiting, and hoping. Time moved differently, slower, heavier. The wind had picked up, brushing sharp along the sides of the cabin. Caleb was just about to call for help, just about to move, when he saw it. A flash of gray and gold moving through the trees. Arlo. He was coming back, and behind him was Emery. She was silent, as always, but in her hand she held something small, a scrap of paper folded again and again. The corner was torn, the edges soft. As they got closer, Caleb could just barely make out a faint pencil line across it. A mark, maybe an arrow, maybe a symbol, something only Emery would understand. Caleb didn't ask. He didn't speak. He just watched. Emery didn't walk ahead anymore. She walked beside Arlo. Their shadows moved across the snow, two sets of prints falling in rhythm, as if their steps had learned each other's pace. When they reached the porch, Emery stopped. She didn't climb the steps right away, didn't rush inside. Instead, she turned. Arlo stood still, his head tilted slightly, waiting. And then a moment so quiet it could have gone unnoticed. A moment so small it could have slipped past anyone not paying attention. Emery bent forward. Not too far. Not all the way. Just enough to place one small hand, gently, on Arlo's shoulder. Lightly. No pressure. No hesitation. No one told her to. No one expected her to. But she chose it. On her own. In silence. Just like everything else she'd ever done. Caleb felt his breath catch. His hands gripped the sides of his chair. The wind swept across the porch, sharp and cold against his skin. But he didn't move. He didn't dare. Because he knew if he so much as blinked, this moment might disappear, might melt like breath on glass. It was the first time. The first time Emery had touched someone. Not out of fear, not out of being told, not out of comfort coaxed by another. Just a touch. But for Caleb, it felt like a heartbeat. The first one after years of silence, after believing your heart had gone still and would stay that way forever. Just a touch. But it changed everything. Caleb didn't call her in. He just sat there, still as stone, like a gatekeeper carved into the porch of an old house that had seen too much silence to break it now. Arlo stepped up the wooden stairs, gently nudged his shoulder against Emery's knee. Not demanding, just inviting. A soft signal that said, "It's time." Emery gave a small nod. No words. But this time, that motion didn't feel like retreat. It felt like trust. A quiet agreement, built slowly, brick by brick, without a single sound. And just before the door closed behind the three of them, one small, one tall, one on 4 steady legs, a breeze slipped down the wooden hallway. It didn't bring cold. It left something behind instead. Something barely there. A faint trace of healing, waiting for the right moment to step forward. Inside, Caleb lowered himself to the floor beside a low drawer and pretended to rummage through it. His hands shuffled through matchsticks and old notes, but his mind was elsewhere. Back to that drawing he'd glimpsed, the Y-shaped tree, the white snow, Arlo lying still beneath it, head bowed. Just a few pencil lines, no colors, no hard edges, but somehow, that image was clearer than anything Emery had drawn before. Because for the first time she had drawn someone else. Not a tree. Not a memory. A someone. The fire crackled softly behind them. Faint snaps and pops filled the room like whispers that didn't need to be answered. Orange light danced on the wooden ceiling, casting soft shadows that moved like breath. Arlo lay nearby, curled against the warmth, head resting gently on his back leg. His eyes half closed, but his ears still listening. Caleb returned to his chair. He didn't speak. Didn't need to. Emery stood next to him, sketchbook still in her arms, eyes resting on the page like she was guarding something delicate, something she didn't want the wind to carry away. Then, slowly, she turned the page and began to draw again. This time, it was the porch, the house, and 3 shapes, faint but certain. A grown man, a little girl, and a dog. Caleb forgot to breathe for a second, because there it was. For the first time, he saw himself in her drawing. Not as part of some faraway memory, not as a ghost behind a window, but here. Real. Now. Just the 3 of them, standing together, the way they'd been living this winter. Quietly. Closely. Day by day. Emery lifted her pencil and added one final stroke, a light line over the shoulder of the man in the picture. As if to say, yes, he's really here. Caleb felt the words rising. Just a sentence, Something simple. But his throat tightened. The words are tangled, gentle and clumsy. All he managed to ask was, "What are we doing in this one, sweetheart?" Emery didn't answer right away. She stared at the drawing a little longer. Then she turned to him, calm and sure. She didn't point to the man, didn't point to herself. She pointed to Arlo, tapped the sketch of the dog twice with her finger, then placed her hand softly against her chest. Caleb didn't move, didn't speak, didn't need to. Because in that small, quiet gesture, she had said everything. Something opened in Caleb's chest. Not a floodgate, just a crack, like an old wooden door left untouched for years, finally letting in a sliver of light. He didn't name the feeling. He didn't need to. Emery didn't speak. She didn't need to. All she needed was Arlo, and somehow through Arlo she'd found enough peace to start drawing herself into the world again, to draw the people who hadn't left. That night, Caleb fed the fire with another log. He didn't ask her anything, didn't press. But before going to bed, he stood by the window for a while, looking out at the snow still falling gently across the yard. He whispered softly to himself, almost like a wish he didn't want to hear too loudly. Maybe tomorrow she'll draw again. Outside, the snow kept falling. Each flake landed softly, covering old footprints on the porch like it wanted to keep them a little longer, like it didn't want to let the memory fade too quickly. Inside, the fire glowed, and somewhere between the half-finished drawing on the table and the soft pop of dry wood splitting, something was starting to take shape. Not through words, but through silence. A silence that didn't feel empty anymore. A silence with Arlo curled nearby, steady and watching. Later that night, when Emery and Arlo were asleep, Caleb stayed up, just sat there by the fire, eyes on the flames. The wind outside had gotten stronger. It moved across the porch like something old, something lost, still looking for a way back. Caleb closed his eyes. And the past came. Not like a memory, like a wave. The sound of the blast, the crunch of stone collapsing, voices echoing through the tunnel, the sharp smell of blood, smoke, and metal, the flicker of a headlamp cutting through dust. He'd lost his legs that day, but the part he never forgave himself for was leaving Mason behind. He had been young, hurt, bleeding fast, and the rescue cable could only lift one. They were stuck on a ledge that was starting to give way. If they waited even a few more minutes, both would fall. Mason grabbed his hand, held it tight, looked him in the eye, then said 4 words. "Go up, Caleb." Caleb shouted no, begged. But Mason let go, and the cable rose. He never told anyone what really happened. In the report, Mason was lost in the collapse. But Caleb carried him, every day, in every dream, in every cold morning, in every conversation he avoided, in every way he stopped letting people get close. He wouldn't risk it again, wouldn't risk being trusted and failing. That's why he never remarried, never had people over. When neighbors asked, he just smiled. One of those tired smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They didn't know. They didn't know about that last grip, that last look, that last let go. They didn't know what silence really meant to him. Not absence, not peace, but a weight. And now somehow that same silence had shifted. Not disappeared, but softened. Because of Arlo. Because of Emery. Because of one small sketch on a page, 3 shapes on a porch, a little hand reaching out. And for the first time in a very long time, Caleb didn't turn away. He stayed. He watched the fire, And he let himself remember, not to suffer, just to feel. Because Caleb believed this. When someone places their trust in you, that kind of responsibility is never simple. And when you can't keep a promise, the scar doesn't stay on the body. It lives in the memory. He sat there for a long time, staring down the hallway toward Emery's room. The door was slightly ajar. A warm strip of light from the night lamp spilled through the crack and stretched across the wooden floor. And right there, Arlo was lying down. Not asleep, not quite, just resting his head, watching, keeping guard. The same way Caleb once kept watch over his teammates during long shifts in the mines, deep underground where the world forgot the sun. His chest tightened, but not in the way it used to. This time it wasn't guilt. It was something softer. For the first time, Caleb let himself admit it. Maybe Arlo wasn't here to replace something he'd lost. Maybe Arlo wasn't a symbol of a past he failed to save. Maybe Arlo was something else entirely. A reminder of what Caleb had forgotten. That some promises don't have to be spoken. They just have to be lived. Quietly, fully, in small, steady moments that mean everything. He closed his eyes. The fire crackled behind him. The wind outside whispered through the eaves. But inside, something had finally gone quiet. And in that silence, Mason's memory no longer felt like a blade. It felt like a reminder. That maybe, just maybe, the only way forward was to forgive yourself. So that those who stayed behind still had a reason to believe in you. It was one of those afternoons when the snow just drifted, barely touching the air. Caleb was behind the house, splitting firewood. Each swing of the axe landed with a steady rhythm, echoing through the clearing like a heartbeat. A sound to keep him grounded, to keep the old thoughts at bay. The wind moved lightly, brushing across his shoulders and leaving a dusting of white on his jacket. He didn't brush it off. He just kept working. Up near the porch, Emery played alone. She had a small folded piece of paper in her hands, creased from use. A paper glider or a scrap of something half-finished but important to her. She tossed it gently in the air, catching it again, like she did most days. It was her quiet game, her rhythm. Then the wind shifted. Stronger. A sudden gust picked up the paper and carried it farther than usual. It danced on the air, spinning past the porch, then down the small slope, towards the edge of the clearing near the woods. Emery followed. Not running. Not scared. Just walking after it, step by step, boots crunching softly in the snow. The paper fluttered down toward a patch of earth where the snow was starting to pile thicker, hiding the twisted roots of an old tree. It came to rest near the base of a shallow dip in the ground. Emery's eyes stayed locked on it. She didn't see the root under her next step. She slipped. Not hard, but enough. Her body dropped to the ground with a soft thud. One foot slid between two thick roots and caught in the frozen soil. It wasn't a deep fall, but she was stuck. The snow packed tight around her leg. She pushed herself up, hands behind her in the cold, trying to shift her weight. Nothing gave. Her breathing picked up. Short. Shallow. She didn't scream, didn't cry, but her eyes darted now, scanning the trees, the ground, and the slope she came from. Something inside her face changed. That quiet panic kids get when they realize no one's right behind them. 10 meters away, Arlo stood. And then, in a heartbeat, he moved. No barking, no sound, just a single push forward, strong, purposeful strides, not frantic, but full of intent. He reached her in seconds, stopped just short, lowered his head, pressed it gently against her back, steady and calm, keeping her from leaning too far backward. Still, Emery didn't look at him. She was trying to stay calm, eyes wide, breath trembling. But Arlo didn't rush her. He didn't move again, just stayed beside her. Solid, warm, present. And it was that stillness, his silence, his breath against her shoulder that slowed everything down. That quieted her hands, that steadied her chest. Just for a second, her gaze shifted. She turned her head, looked toward him, and almost like it came without thought, like it rose up from somewhere deep and familiar, she whispered barely more than a breath. "Arlo." The sound was small, weak, unsteady, but it was clear. Clear enough that Arlo lifted his head, ears tilting, listening, and clear enough that Caleb, standing behind the house, between two logs, froze. He heard it, he was sure. The piece of wood slipped from his hand, hit the snow, and he didn't even notice. Caleb moved quickly toward the low clearing. Arlo didn't move. He stayed right where he was, still and calm, like he understood. This moment wasn't his. It belonged to Emery. When Caleb reached them, he knelt slowly, hands steady, voice silent. He gently freed Emery's foot from the twist of frozen roots. Didn't ask if she was hurt, didn't ask what had happened. He just looked at her, really looked, right into those wide, quiet eyes. Then he turned toward Arlo. No words passed between them. But for the first time, Caleb's gaze didn't carry the weight of caution. It wasn't measuring, or questioning, or guarded. It was a nod, a soft one. The kind you give to someone who stood their ground when it mattered. The kind that says, "You didn't have to be told. You just knew." They walked home. Caleb rolled slowly behind. Emery walked in the middle, not too far ahead and not too far back. Arlo stayed to her left, a half step away. The wind still moved across the trees, but somehow the cold didn't bite like before. At the porch, Caleb opened the door. Arlo waited. Emery didn't go in right away. She stopped, laid her hand gently on Arlo's back. Just a touch. Then she stepped through the door, her small footprints tucked between Arlo's larger ones. Inside, the fire still glowed, soft and steady. Caleb poured warm water for all three of them. Emery curled into her blanket on the long bench. Arlo rested at her feet, head tucked gently between his paws. Caleb sat across from them. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. For the first time in a long while, he placed his hand on the arm of the chair, leaned back, and let out a breath. Slow, like letting go of something he'd carried too long. A few days later, the sun finally broke through. It had been weeks of gray skies and snow, but now the light came through the trees in long, golden strips, scattering across the yard in quiet warmth. Caleb sat by the window, looking out toward the forest trail that disappeared past the edge of the clearing. He hadn't looked that far in a long time. That trail led into memories he hadn't wanted to touch. Until now. He inhaled deeply, then pushed himself out to the porch. The all-terrain wheelchair, the one built for uneven ground, had been sitting in the corner for almost 3 years, covered in dust, waiting. Today, he wiped it down. Not in a rush, not with a reason. Just slow, careful motions, like a craftsman returning to his tools. Inside, Emery was still asleep. Arlo was lying in the kitchen corner, head resting near the towel hooks. When the front door creaked open, Arlo lifted his head. Caleb looked at him and gave a quiet nod. Let's take a lap, Arlo. He didn't need to say it twice. Arlo stood. No sound. No question. And followed. They turned toward the trees, down the narrow path. The wheels pressed lightly into the snow, now hardened by days of cold. Sunlight filtered through the trunks, warm against Caleb's shoulders. The air was crisp, but not sharp. Every push of the wheel was a memory. He remembered running this trail barefoot as a boy, chasing after other kids from the village, laughter in his lungs. Now, each time a wheel caught on a hidden root or a buried rock, Arlo stopped, didn't look back, didn't rush ahead. Just stood there, waiting. Caleb noticed something. Not suddenly, not like a realization crashing in, but slowly. Like watching the ice melt from a branch without hearing a sound. Arlo didn't need to be told what to do. He wasn't following commands. He moved because he understood. A kind of silence that wasn't empty. It wasn't the absence of speech. It was the presence of listening. And that changed something in Caleb. He started talking. Not loudly, not to explain or relive. Just soft, even sentences like wind slipping through the collar of his coat. Mason used to love this spot. One time he slipped on those rocks. Nearly broke his arm over there. Arlo didn't answer. Of course he didn't. But every time Caleb stopped, Arlo would pause too. Turn his head. Look at him. Not because he was waiting, but because he was there. By midday, they reached a shallow stream. The edges were still frozen, but the center had started to thaw. Thin ribbons of water moved slowly through the ice. A dry branch floated past, drifting like it had nowhere to be. Caleb opened his coat pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of dry bread. He broke one in half and placed a piece down on the snow. Arlo didn't pounce, didn't growl, didn't act like the dozens of dogs Caleb had seen in his life. He just waited, watched Caleb's eyes, waited for a small nod. And when it came, he leaned forward and took the piece gently, chewed slowly, like every crumb was part of a memory. Caleb stared at him, and before he could stop himself, he laughed. Just a breath of a laugh. Not loud, not long. But it was real. It felt like early spring. Not warm enough to melt everything, but warm enough to say winter couldn't last forever. He reached over and rested his hand on Arlo's head. Not to praise, not to command, but to say thank you. If Mason could see this, he whispered, I think he'd smile. Arlo looked up. The light from the stream reflected in his eyes. No bark, no sound. But something in that gaze felt close, like agreement, like memory. Caleb didn't speak again. He just leaned back in the chair and exhaled slowly and steadily. It didn't feel like healing. Not yet. But it felt like he had finally let himself step just a little towards the other side of pain. He stayed there a while, listening to the soft trickle of water beside him. It sounded like someone telling a story in a language that didn't need to be translated. He ran his fingers along the rim of the glass and glanced back at the trail they had taken. Not long, not far, but a path he never thought he'd travel again. Arlo stood beside him, still, listening. Every so often he tilted his head, just slightly, like he could hear the earth beating under the snow. Hey, Arlo, Caleb said, his eyes still on the trees. You're not just helping Emery. You're pulling me out of a silence I thought I'd gotten used to. Arlo didn't respond. And that silence, that beautiful, steady silence, was exactly why the words stayed. Not floating away, not lost, but held, like a promise. Soft, but strong. Between 2 men, one on 2 legs, one on 4, and neither needing to say a word more. The snowstorm arrived earlier than forecasted. By late afternoon, heavy gray clouds rolled down from the western ridge, casting long shadows over the town of Wexler. The wind howled along the wooden eaves, tugging at the thin curtains in the living room, making them flutter like signals from another world. Caleb locked the windows tight, double-checked the stack of firewood, and lit the main stove in the center of the house. He wished, just for a moment, that he still had his legs. If he did, he would have gone out back to gather more dry branches from the edge of the forest. But that wasn't possible now. The firewood in storage was limited, and every time he opened the stove, he calculated each piece like he was measuring out air. Dinner passed in silence, as it always did. Emery sat quietly at her usual spot, picking at her food with careful, delicate movements. Arlo lay curled near her feet, not touching his bowl until Caleb gave a small nod. No one spoke, but everyone was present. And sometimes, that was enough. As night fell, the power began to flicker. The kitchen light blinked, then went out completely. Caleb lit an oil lamp. The golden flame danced across the walls, making the wooden house feel both larger and lonelier. He prepared Emery's bed with care, unfolding an extra blanket he'd kept in the closet just in case. Arlo remained in the corner, his eyes always on the girl, never straying. Caleb had just finished cleaning the kitchen when he heard a faint creak from Emery's room. He walked over, assuming she might need help. But as the door creaked open just a few inches, he froze in place. Emery was already in bed, half wrapped in the thick blanket. The other half she had draped over Arlo. The German shepherd lay beneath the foot of the bed, head resting gently on his front paws, eyes closed but ears still alert. No one told Emery to do that. No one suggested it. No one taught her how to share like that. And still, she just knew. Caleb didn't step in. He stood quietly at the doorway, watching the two shapes bathed in soft, flickering lamplight. Emery had turned away, curled toward the wall, but her small, fragile hand still rested lightly on Arlo's back, as if to make sure he was real and still there. Then Arlo opened his eyes. Their gaze met not with surprise, not with urgency, but with a kind of calm that said, "I've been waiting for this." Caleb swallowed. There was something caught in his throat, not quite a tear, but nowhere near a word. He stepped back and gently closed the door. Then he returned to the chair beside the fireplace, where the flames still glowed in quiet rhythm. And for the first time in many months, he didn't feel like the last guard standing in a snow-covered night. He wasn't the only one awake anymore. There was someone else in this house now, someone who listened, someone who waited, someone who protected without needing to be asked. Caleb glanced up at the ceiling. The firelight cast his shadow on two men, and beside him, one loyal friend. He whispered softly, not sure if the words were for himself or for Arlo, or for the little girl sleeping just beyond the hallway. She's not walking alone anymore. He stayed there for a long while. Outside, the wind beat against the roof, as if trying to remind him that winter hadn't yet withdrawn. But inside his chest, something was thawing, slowly, quietly, like snow melting on the edge of an old roof. Caleb thought about Mason, his younger brother, Emery's father. If Mason were still alive, he would have been proud to see his daughter, beginning to open her heart again. But Caleb also knew. If Mason had lived, maybe this moment would never have happened. Each soul in that wooden house carried a wound, and perhaps Arlo was the only one who wasn't afraid to touch it. It was a pale spring morning in Wexler. The town was blanketed in sunlight, as soft as milk light, but cool. The sky was a clear blue, though winter's breath still lingered in the air. Dew clung stubbornly to the rooftops, and the pine trees out back hadn't yet begun to bud. Caleb sat at the kitchen table, one hand wrapped around a mug of still steaming coffee. Beside him, the old landline phone began to hum a subtle vibration, like a whisper from a world he had shut out long ago. It was the treatment center. The voice on the other end was gentle but unmistakably clinical. "We need to bring Arlo back to the facility for a few days to expand his behavior assessment and finalize his support dog certification." Caleb sat silently for a beat. Then he nodded, even though they couldn't see him. The reassessment was standard, especially for a service dog like Arlo. It made sense. It was proper. It followed protocol. But what gnawed at him wasn't about Arlo. Caleb turned his gaze toward the living room. Emery was sitting on the floor, her head down, coloring in a worn sketchbook. The room was so still, he could hear the soft rasp of crayon on paper. Her eyes were still distant, unreadable. But since Arlo had arrived, that blankness had softened just slightly, like the first streak of gray that shows up before dawn, as if light was quietly finding its way back in. Caleb couldn't bring himself to tell her. Not because he feared she'd cry, but because he didn't know how to help if she broke a little more. That night, he ran his hand gently along Arlo's back, leaned in close like he would to an old war buddy, and whispered, "You won't be gone long. Come back quick, yeah?" The next morning, the air was crisp. Pale sunlight brushed the wooden porch. A silver truck rolled quietly into the driveway. There was no honk, no voices raised, just a quiet logo on the door, a paw print in a soft circle. Caleb's hand tensed around the armrest of his wheelchair. 2 staff members stepped out. One younger, one older, their faces calm, their manner professional but kind. They greeted Caleb with respectful nods, then crouched low, holding out hands toward Arlo, who clearly knew them. Arlo stood by Caleb's side. He didn't flinch, didn't bark. But he didn't walk forward either. Instead, he turned his head and looked toward the front window. The curtain stirred gently in the breeze. Behind it, Emery's eyes were wide and unblinking. She didn't move, didn't speak, but Caleb knew. She understood. The world around them went still. Only the wind whispered through the trees, and the faint creak of the wheelchair pressing against the porch boards broke the silence as Caleb eased back. Just slightly. He didn't want to be too close. And he didn't want to be in the way. Arlo stepped forward. His pace was steady and unhurried. When he reached the edge of the truck, he turned back once, just once, as if to say, "I'll come back." One of the center staff opened the rear door. Without a word, without a tug of a leash, Arlo jumped in and sat exactly where he was supposed to. The door closed behind him. It was a soft, final thunk. Not loud, but sharp enough to stir something deep and unnamed inside Caleb. He rested his hand on his knee, his gaze fixed on the thin melt of snow beneath the tires. And for a moment, it felt like an old wound had been touched again. Not bleeding, but aching in that quiet, breath-stealing way only familiar pain knows. Then, the engine began to hum. The vehicle eased forward. Caleb didn't go back inside. He stayed still because something about that morning felt heavier than the snow melting on the porch steps. Something told him this wasn't just a goodbye. It was a line being drawn across memory. The truck rolled down the narrow dirt path leading away from the cabin. Its tires crushed the soft snow, leaving behind blurred tracks like a farewell that couldn't quite find the words. Emery stood at the edge of the porch, small and bundled in her oversized coat, hands clenched tightly around the sleeves. Her boots sank halfway into the snow, but she didn't move. She just stood there frozen, as if by staying perfectly still, she could make the truck stop. Caleb began to lift his hand, meaning to place it gently on her shoulder. He thought of saying something. Anything. A quiet comfort. Maybe just a presence. But before he could speak, something happened. Something neither of them could have predicted. Through the bitter air, through the stillness that blanketed the yard like glass. "Arlo!" It wasn't loud, it wasn't clear, but it was real. Raw. Shaking. Like glass cracking under sudden heat. Like a needle dropping in a silent room. And most of all, it was Emery. Caleb froze. His throat went dry. For a moment, he didn't know whether to cry or run to her. In all his memory, Emery had never spoken a word. Not since the accident. Not during doctor visits. Not in therapy. Not when he whispered her name each night. But now, one word. One name. A fragile miracle shouted into the snow. Inside the truck, Arlo jerked his head up. He spun around, pawing at the glass, claws screeching against the window. A kind of urgency that needed no translation. The driver slammed the brakes. The truck lurched to a stop. The older staff member turned, stunned for a heartbeat. Then, without a word, he reached over and opened the back door. Arlo leapt out. No leash, no command. Arlo ran straight toward the wooden cabin and didn't stop until he reached Emery. The girl didn't move. But the moment Arlo touched her, Emery dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around his neck. No words, no tears. Just the quiet trembling of a child whose frozen stream had finally started to flow. Caleb sat on the porch steps. He couldn't move, not because of his legs, but because something in him had just shattered and reformed in the same breath. His eyes blurred, overwhelmed by a storm of emotions, shock, gratitude, and a kind of painful relief. Old Mr. Martin, the neighbor who sometimes delivered mail, had been walking by. He stopped mid-step. A young woman across the road, out walking her dog, stood frozen, her mouth parted in disbelief. No one said a word. But like a ripple in still water, the news began to spread quietly, quickly. Within hours, everyone in Wexler knew. Emery called out to Arlo. It wasn't a sentence. It wasn't a conversation. It was just a name. But for those who had seen the emptiness in Emery's eyes, the way her gaze drifted like wind through an abandoned room, that single name was a miracle, a beginning. Caleb watched the moment unfold, and it felt like his chest was being squeezed by every feeling he'd tried to lock away. He turned his face, pretending to fix his scarf, but his hands were shaking. He didn't speak aloud, but in his heart, the words carved themselves into the air, into the snow. Thank you, Arlo. You did what I never dared to even hope for. Caleb quietly rolled his wheelchair back under the porch, giving the yard to the two figures out in the snow. Beneath the pale winter sun, two small shapes, one sitting and one standing, held on to each other in silence. But to Caleb, that silence roared louder than anything he'd ever heard. His tears came. Not sobbing, not gasping. Just hot, quiet tears falling one by one into the frozen air. And then he laughed. A soft, cracked laugh, like something long buried had just let go. It wasn't the laugh of victory. It was the laugh of someone who'd lost into joy. Caleb had never dared to hope that Emery would speak again. Each morning he only prayed she'd finish her breakfast, not get sick, and not curl up in panic. Each night he only wished for a peaceful sleep. But her voice, that was never something he asked for, never something he pressured. And yet now one call, 3 syllables. It wasn't just a sound. It was a bridge, a doorway, a choice to live. Arlo sat beside her. No tail wag, no licking, just stillness. Watching the horizon quiet and calm, as if he understood this moment needed nothing more. No fanfare, no praise. He had done what needed to be done. And now he stopped right on cue, like it had always lived in the deepest part of him. A few minutes later, one of the center staff members walked toward the porch, her steps slow and respectful. The woman held a file folder close to her chest. Her voice was soft but steady. "Mr. Stroud, if you're not ready, we can postpone the behavior assessment. It's perfectly okay." Caleb turned his head. His eyes were still red. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Arlo. Their eyes met. And in that silence, something passed between them like the closing of a long, wordless conversation that had started the day they first met. "No need," Caleb replied, his voice low but firm. "I think Arlo's just been certified." The woman paused for a second, then nodded. She didn't ask any follow-up questions. She didn't need to. What had happened that morning? No form, no field test, no checklist could ever compare. That afternoon, the snow began to melt. The skies cleared. Thin sunlight stretched across the mountains, slanting gently onto the rooftop of a cabin where something miraculous had just taken place. Emery didn't leave Arlo's side, not for a single moment. If she walked across the porch, Arlo was there. If she wandered into the trees, Arlo followed close behind. And Caleb said nothing. He just watched, like a night watchman who had finally seen a door crack open in the darkness. That night, after the house had grown still and the fire had settled into low embers, Caleb opened a drawer and pulled out a worn leather notebook. Faded letters across the front read, "Therapy log, Emery Quinn." He had planned to keep a journal from the day he took her in, but each page had met only silence, so he stopped. Not one line had ever been written, until now. His hand trembled slightly as he turned the first page. He took out a pen, sat at the wooden table beneath the soft yellow glow of the lamp, and began to write. The day Emery called Arlo's name, spring arrived early this year. He looked up. From the hallway came the sound of tiny footsteps on old wood, paired with the soft, rhythmic padding of Paws, and in that moment of fragile quiet, something sacred wrapped around his chest like a blanket. Caleb exhaled not from weariness, but from relief. A breath that felt like setting down a heavy stone he'd carried too long. For the first time in what felt like forever, he knew. He was no longer the only one in this house holding on to hope. Hope now had a name. And that name was Arlo. That night, the town of Wexler lay silent. Wind howled through the cracks in old cabin walls, lifting the thin layers of dust that had clung to rooftops all winter. And far from the warmth of the firelight, beneath the shadow of an abandoned wooden bridge where no one had glanced in months, was the curled figure of a man buried in snow. No light, no warmth, only darkness, only silence. Daryl Monroe. People used to know that name. A quiet sawmill worker, never loud, never troublesome. Everything changed after the sudden death of his wife, who was killed in a car crash on her way to visit their youngest daughter in the neighboring state. After that day, Daryl never returned to the mill. He stopped going to church. The little wooden house where he and his wife had once planted lavender was soon seized by the bank and padlocked. A year passed, and Daryl had become a shadow of the man he once was. His coat hung in tatters from the shoulders, his eyes were sunken, and his breath was soaked in the sharp stench of cheap liquor. People in town had stopped trying to make sense of him. They shook their heads. Then, eventually, they stopped looking altogether. Not out of cruelty, just the slow, silent neglect reserved for those who are poor, old, and drunk. 3 things that turn a man invisible faster than time ever could. Tonight, Daryl was dragging himself toward the abandoned bus stop at the end of 3rd Street. It had a roof, maybe even a corner shielded from the wind. But before he could reach the shelter, his knees buckled near the snowy slope at the base of the old wooden bridge. The cold had claws. It scraped across his bones. Every breath became a rasping sob, like something was trying to escape his chest. He didn't cry out. There was no one left to call. And in that moment, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to be saved. The wind grew stronger. His coat flapped open. Snow began to cover his back, then his shoulders, then his hair, then his face, like the earth itself was trying to erase what was left of a man. His eyes closed slowly. His breath grew shallow. One trembling hand reached forward, not to beg, not to cling, but as if trying to grasp something he had lost long ago. Then a sound. Soft. Not a voice. Not a vehicle. A shadow broke through the thick veil of frost. 4 legs. Slow, careful steps. A German shepherd. Gray and tan fur. Lean frame. Nose low to the snow, unbothered by the cold. The dog stopped beside him, lowered its head. There was no anger in its eyes, no fear, no accusation. Only something achingly close to forgiveness. No one knew where the dog had come from, but those who once knew Daryl would have recognized it instantly. Juno. The same dog he had beaten and abandoned when rage and whiskey had ruled his blood. Locals said Juno had been taken to a shelter weeks later after being found wandering alone near the highway, emaciated and silent. But no one expected this. Juno didn't bark, didn't whine, didn't try to wake him. Juno simply lay down, pressed his body close against Daryl's. Each breath from the dog seeped through the man's frozen clothes, carrying the last warmth he had left. Then Juno gently licked Daryl's wrist, right where the faded scars still whispered of old pain. Not to remember the past, but to awaken what little humanity remained beneath it. That night, no one knew. No one saw. But beneath the coldest stars of winter, 2 broken lives chose to lie beside one another. One who had caused pain, one who had survived it. Nothing was said. No grand gesture was made. But maybe, just maybe, somewhere in that silence, forgiveness had been exchanged. Quietly, like falling snow. The next morning, the first pale rays of sunlight touched the outer edge of Wexler. A city sanitation worker made his way toward the old bridge. It was part of his daily route, checking for trash blockages, clearing out storm drains, and ensuring the snow hadn't clogged runoff paths. He walked slowly across the thick snowbanks, shoving chunks of ice aside with his shovel until something caught his eye. A strange shape, a curled human form. His chest clenched. From a distance, it looked like death. Snow had covered the body all the way to the thighs. The man's figure barely resembled a person anymore. But when the worker rushed closer, heart racing, he saw it. A thin trail of vapor, faint as morning mist, rising from the old man's lips. He was alive. He's alive! The sanitation worker screamed for help. Within seconds, a flurry of boots hit the snow. Several others rushed toward the body. They carefully brushed back the thick layers of ice and powder. Then one man froze his breath, catching it in his throat. Lying on top of the old man was a dog. A German shepherd. Gray fur coated in frost. Still, pressed tightly against Daryl's back. Unmoving but breathing. Juno hadn't left, hadn't whimpered, hadn't barked for help. He had simply stayed. All night, like a living blanket wrapped around a man the world had forgotten. The ambulance arrived in minutes. They gently lifted Daryl onto a stretcher, wrapping him in thermal blankets. But when one of the medics reached for the dog, attempting to pull him away, Juno let out a low growl. It wasn't anger. It was instinct. It was the kind of growl that said, "Don't take me away from him." The driver, watching from the open door, exhaled slowly. "Let him ride," he muttered. "Put him in the back." Minutes later, the Wexler Animal Rescue Center erupted into a quiet storm. A young vet, barely in his second year, was checking the German Shepherd for hypothermia when he noticed the faded tag on the dog's collar. His hand stilled. His eyes widened. And then he whispered, "Oh my God, this is Juno." Gasps spread across the room. He turned toward the others, voice rising. "This is the Juno. The one we rescued last year. The one that was his." The room fell silent. Everyone knew the story. A year ago, Juno had been found locked in a rotting wooden shed behind Daryl Monroe's house. Starved. Chained so tightly, the collar had carved into his neck. One leg was broken. No one knew for how long. Daryl, drunk and shouting, denied it all, said the dog wasn't his, said he had never seen him before. But Juno was taken in, healed, documented. His file was thick. His wounds were real. Now he had come back, returned to the very man who had once left him for dead, and laid beside him in the snow to keep him alive. The news spread like wildfire through the rescue center. Some employees quietly walked away, too stunned to speak. Others stared at the dog for long moments, as if trying to understand what kind of heart could choose loyalty over survival. No one said it aloud, but in their eyes, something had shifted. Pity had turned into reverence. Disgust had given way to awe. This wasn't just a dog. This was a soul. That afternoon, as the storm lifted and shafts of pale light filtered through the clinic windows, Daryl stirred in his hospital bed. He didn't open his eyes right away. His brow furrowed. His breath was ragged. Then through the haze of 100 blurred memories and 1,000 sleepless nights, he heard it. A breath. Soft. Even. Right beside him. His eyes opened, frosted by time, dulled by whiskey. But what he saw was unmistakable. Juno, lying there, head resting gently across his arm. No one spoke. The entire room seemed to hold its breath. Daryl blinked. A tear, maybe sweat, maybe grief, slipped down his cracked cheek. Then slowly his trembling hand lifted and rested on Juno's neck. Not to pet, not to pull, not even to seek comfort. Just contact. Just presence. There was no apology. No sobbing confession. No whispered plea for forgiveness. Only a touch. Only silence. Only a man who once broke something beautiful, now holding on to it like it was the last thing left that made him human. But that hand, for the first time in years, held on tight to something. Not out of fear. Not because it wanted to grasp, but because it never wanted to lose again. And maybe that was enough. Enough for Juno to lie still. No more needed. Wexler's night fell quicker than usual. The first spring winds whipped softly against the porch roof, carrying the scent of old snow and the damp earth thawing beneath. Inside the little wooden house where Caleb and Emery lived, the golden light flickered through the foggy window. Caleb sat back in his chair, feet resting on a thick blanket. He held the town's old newspaper. The thin black and white kind folks still read every night like a ritual. The headline on the front page caught his eye, bold and italicized. "The dog who saved the man who once beat him. The strange story of Juno and Daryl Monroe." He read it alone. pausing longer at every quote from the vet and from the rescue workers, and especially the last line. No one understands why Juno came back. But maybe, not every good thing needs a reasonable explanation. Emery sat close to the fire, her sketchbook open on her lap, crayons scattered near her feet. She was coloring a pine branch in soft green when her hand suddenly froze at the sound of Caleb's quiet voice. "Emery." She looked up. Didn't say a word. But her eyes quietly caught the weight of what he was about to say. Caleb folded the paper gently, then spoke slowly. "Something special happened today. Out near the edge of town, they found an old man, Daryl Monroe. He was almost frozen to death in the snow." He paused, glancing toward Arlo curled beside the wooden wall, eyes half closed but ears alert. But he didn't die, because there was a dog lying on top of him, keeping him warm all night long. Emery blinked. Her hand still held the crayon, but she didn't draw. Caleb's voice lowered. "That dog's name was Juno, the same dog that Daryl once beat, almost killed." There was a silence, only the soft crackling of wood in the stove. Caleb rested his hand on his knee, steadying the words that wanted to shake. It's not because he forgot, but because he chose to love. He didn't look at Emery as he said it, but from the corner of his eye, he caught her gaze turn toward Arlo. No words, no blinking, just quiet understanding. It was just a look, long, quiet, holding everything without saying a word. The room softened into gentle darkness. Caleb didn't say anything else. He slowly stood up, drew the curtains closed, then went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. When he came back, Emery was already up, holding an old coat, one she'd worn last winter, now a little too short. She walked over to Arlo. The dog lay still, not moving, but his ears turned slightly toward her. No words passed between them. She gently laid the coat down beside Arlo, not covering him, just placing it there, like sharing warmth without expecting anything back. Arlo turned his head. He didn't lick her hand or shift, but his eyes opened, and for a brief, fragile moment, they met Emery's gaze. No asking, no pleading, just a quiet acknowledgement like the one Juno gave Daryl earlier that day. Caleb stood frozen in the doorway. He didn't step forward. He didn't interrupt. He simply closed his eyes softly, letting his heart rest in that rare moment of peace. Outside, the cold night pressed in. But inside that small house, something had warmed. Emery, after all the loss, all the silent months, and all the mornings filled only with wind and snow, had finally found a place to trust. A place where words weren't needed. Caleb knew then that tonight, he'd write once more in his little notebook. Not everyone who is loved deserves it, but sometimes, forgiveness asks for nothing, and loyalty only needs a heart warm enough to hold on. The early morning sky was soft with a light mist. The late spring wind wasn't as sharp as before, but it still carried enough chill for Caleb to pull his collar tight as he cracked open the kitchen door, letting a gentle breeze slip inside. He set the kettle down on the gas stove and listened to the quiet hiss of the flame. In that small wooden house, the morning moved just like any other silent, steady, simple thing, like the steady pulse of a lonely heart. Then, a soft sound came from behind him. Not wind, not the creak of old wood. "Are you drinking it hot?" Caleb turned, thinking he might have imagined it, but no. There was Emery, her arms held tightly around her sketchbook like a shield. Her long hair hid half her face, but her eyes met his straight on. No hesitation. No fear. In that kitchen, it felt like every other sound had stopped. The bubbling water, the clinking of metal spoons. He swallowed hard. Said nothing. Just nodded. A single nod, but inside, something cracked, then spilled over like the first thaw of early snow melting in warm hands. From the corner of the room, Arlo lifted his head. His ears folded back, his eyes softened. He didn't bark or move, just wagged his tail once like an agreement, like an affirmation of what the family was quietly witnessing. At breakfast, Emery sat right next to Arlo, no longer hiding behind a wall like before. She quietly chewed her toast, occasionally glancing down at the dog lying beneath the table. Then there was another voice, soft, but clear. "Thank you, sir." Caleb set down his coffee cup. His hand trembled slightly, but he hid it by gripping the handle tight, as if letting go would unleash all the feelings he'd held inside. A little while later, Emery looked up and pointed outside the window. "Today, the clouds are white." Her words weren't complete, but Caleb didn't mind. To him, it was a perfect poem. Arlo stretched and rested his head on Emery's lap. She didn't pull away. She gently stroked his back, this time without hesitation. Caleb stood silently, watching. No one laughed. No one cried. But inside him, memories began to melt. The image of a little girl who once only nodded or shook her head in silence. Now whispering, breathing out her first words, like snow touching the earth, melting into water. That whole morning, Caleb didn't write in his journal. But he knew if there was ever a page worth writing, today was it. The day he no longer had to imagine Emery's voice inside his head. The day Arlo stayed in his usual spot, but now, like a soul woven into the house itself. The day Caleb no longer had to guess her feelings through drawings or glances because Emery had begun to tell her story. With words, with voice. And for a man who had known so much loss, that wasn't just a morning. It was the start of a new season where the impossible begins to become possible. Caleb looked at Arlo, gave a small nod, and smiled. "She's coming back." That night, Caleb tossed and turned. He lay on his back, eyes wide open, staring at the dim wooden ceiling where cracks seemed to lead into nameless memories. Emery's morning words echoed softly in his mind like snow falling past the window, thin and light, but enough to stir the deep silence he'd grown used to living in. Those words, "Are you drinking it hot?" Arlo's right here were not just sounds. To Caleb, they were the first wooden planks of a bridge being rebuilt, from one heart to another. But that's exactly why he was afraid. Caleb had been hopeful too soon before. He'd mistaken a small step for a full recovery. And then he remembered Mason's eyes, his son who'd passed away the last time they argued. Those eyes were full of disappointment, because Caleb had promised something he couldn't keep. He thought he was strong enough to be the rock. But instead, he broke Mason's trust. He didn't want to make that mistake again, not with Emery, not with anyone. The next morning, he brewed his coffee as usual, but he didn't look at Emery too long. When she stepped into the kitchen, he just gave a slight nod, quietly pulled out a chair for her. No praises, no over-the-top smiles. Later, when Emery was getting ready to leave, Caleb bent down and gently adjusted the scarf around her neck. He didn't say, "Good job," even though his heart trembled with emotion. He didn't hold her close for long, afraid that if he squeezed too tight, everything would shatter like sunlight melting snow on the window pane. So he stepped back. Like a familiar shadow, he sat out on the porch, coffee cup in hand, eyes gazing toward the misty pines in the distance. What he didn't expect was that his stepping back would open a space for Emery to come closer. She didn't call out. She didn't ask permission. She quietly carried her sketchbook, pulled up a small wooden chair beside him and opened to a blank page. Emery sat there, head tilted slightly, pencil moving in gentle strokes. No words needed. None were spoken. Between them lay Arlo stretched out, his head resting on Caleb's knee, eyes half closed but ears perked. Not asleep, just present. Listening. Feeling. Caleb didn't look at Emery, but he knew she was there. And for the first time in many years, he felt the quiet space between them wasn't empty. It was a kind of closeness. A soft breeze drifted by. Emery pulled her jacket tighter, then held out the drawing to Caleb without a word. It was Arlo, but this time, beside him, was a figure in a wheelchair. No clear face, no details. But Caleb recognized himself in the way the figure sat, the silver-tinged hair's curve, and the gentle hand resting on Arlo's head in the drawing. Caleb gripped the handle of his coffee cup tight, then set it down softly. He said nothing, only reached out to touch the paper gently. Arlo lay there, eyes fixed on him, as if whispering, "You don't have to do much. Just being here is enough." That afternoon, the sun stood high above the old pines. Its light slanted across the mossy tin roof, warming the grass around the house with a rare touch of late spring. Caleb bent low over the small garden, holding an old watering can. He worked slowly, without hurry. Every tender sprout, every wild flower by the porch, got watered with the patience he'd gathered through countless cold seasons. Then he heard it, a soft sound that made his heart pause. Tiny footsteps brushing lightly against the wooden floor behind him. Caleb turned. There was Emery, stepping out onto the porch, her arms wrapped gently around Arlo's neck, her long hair falling over half her face. She didn't say a word. She just settled down on the step where Caleb usually sat each morning. Caleb stayed quiet, not breaking the moment. He stood still, letting the sound of water from the can mix with the breeze. Emery tilted her head and whispered into Arlo's ear, "Arlo, tell him about yesterday, okay?" Arlo didn't answer. He just lay still, his head resting on her lap, eyes half closed, listening. And then Emery began to tell her story. Not in clear sentences, not with the kind of words adults use, but in her own childlike way. Each word, each phrase blends the real and the imagined. There was a squirrel, running so fast, Arlo chased it, but it climbed a tree. We sat below, watching it, eating nuts. Caleb sat down beside the two small figures on the wooden step. He didn't interrupt. He didn't correct. He just looked up at the sky where slow clouds drifted by. And just then, he heard it. A laugh, soft, not loud, not long, but real. Clear as a dewdrop on a blade of grass. Nothing like any sound Emery had ever made before. Not a sudden shout, not a sigh, but a laugh, a true laugh. Emery was laughing. Not because she was told to, not to please anyone, but because, for once, she felt joy. Her eyes curved gently, her lips parted, and her hand still stroked Arlo's head. Arlo wagged his tail softly, quietly enough for Caleb to know he was happy in his own way. Caleb said nothing. He swallowed hard and turned away like he was admiring flowers. But really, he was wiping his eyes with his sleeve. After a while, he reached behind him and plucked a small white flower, the very first bloom by the porch step. He didn't explain. He didn't say why. He just handed it to Emery. She took it without a word. No questions, no hesitation. She tucked the little flower behind Arlo's ear, then tilted her head and laughed again, this time longer, brighter, with no fear of being seen. Caleb sat still. The wind whispered softly across the porch roof. Everything seemed to freeze inside that small frame of the three of them. Him, Emery, and Arlo. He thought to himself, if Mason were still here, if he could see this, maybe he would forgive his father. Not because Caleb had done something grand, but because he'd learned how to step back, to wait, and in some small way, to love through silence. For the first time after many winters, Caleb didn't feel the need to do anything more. Just sit quietly beside that child, beside Arlo, and let his heart warm not from hope, but from this very moment. Just as he slipped his hands onto the rims of his wheelchair, Arlo shot off the porch, cutting straight toward the narrow dirt road winding up the hill. The wind hit Caleb's face hard, biting and raw. Snow began falling thick, like winter had come back in just a few breaths. Arlo didn't run fast. He kept a few meters ahead, stopping now and then to glance back. His ears stood tall, eyes fixed on the mountain ahead. A single wag of his tail encouraged Caleb forward. Then Arlo pressed on, leading the way. Caleb gripped the wheel rims tight. His hands were numb and cold, but he didn't stop. The wheels rolled over patches of melting snow, slipped on icy spots, and sank into softer drifts. No complaints, no words, just grit, pushing forward. He knew when Arlo acted like this, something real was happening. Once, the front wheel caught in a shallow, snow-covered ditch. Caleb pushed hard, but it wouldn't budge. Without waiting for a command, Arlo came back, stepped close to the wheel, lowered himself, and pressed his shoulder against the rim, using all his weight to nudge the chair sideways. The chair shifted just enough for Caleb to break free. Before he could say, "Thank you," Arlo was already running ahead again. Snow thickened by the minute. A white curtain blanketed the trail. The wind howled down the mountainside, slapping Caleb's face. He pulled his collar up higher and lowered his head, but he didn't stop. Then they reached the bend. A sharp turn around the mountain's edge is usually avoided because of loose rocks in the season. Normally, no one took this path. But today, Caleb's eyes caught something that made his heart skip a tire track. A long, twisting mark, veering off the main path. It led down toward the cliff's edge. Grass pushed aside, snow scattered and smeared. "Arlo," Caleb whispered. But Arlo didn't wait. He plunged down the slope, crashing through low bushes, snow flying behind him like a tail of white fire. Caleb gripped the wheelchair rims tight, breathing hard. He couldn't stay seated, even though fear clawed at him, even knowing he might slip, even though this chair wasn't made for rough terrain. Still, he pushed. The wheels veered off the edge. Dirt and rocks flew up. Caleb held tight to the armrests, letting his body and chair slide down the slope where Arlo had just disappeared. And then he saw it. At the bottom of the hill, where snow lay thick and the forest thinned out, a small passenger van lay flipped on its side. Its roof was buried deep in the snow. One door was torn open. Broken glass was scattered everywhere. Adults ran around in panic. One man was on the phone, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Several kids were pulled out from the back door, faces pale, eyes wide with fear, crying mixed with shouting. Caleb froze mid-slope. His heart pounded painfully in his chest. But no sign of Emery. His eyes scanned the crowd. No purple hat, no little figure. No calls from her. "Emery," he whispered. No one heard. The wind was too loud. Only one creature was running against the wind, cutting through the snow, charging straight into the overturned van, Arlo. He didn't hesitate. He didn't stop. He didn't wait for a command. Caleb held his breath, gripping the wheels tight, knowing this was the moment when life and death hung in balance. Arlo barked sharply, leapt from the snowy edge, and plunged into the woods where the earth was scraped bare and trees were bent and broken. No one saw what happened next, only heard Arlo's fierce howl, not just a warning, but a signal. Like he'd smelled something invisible to human eyes. Caleb nearly jumped out of his chair. He shouted, voice breaking, "Follow Arlo! Emery's there! She's got to be there!" No questions, no hesitation. 4 adults, including Tara, broke into a run, chasing after Arlo. One grabbed an old crowbar from the overturned van. The snow reached halfway up their calves, but their steps were frantic and chaotic. Then they found her. Under a big pine tree broken in half, where crushed branches marked the crash site, Emery lay still. Not crying, clutching her sketchbook tight against her chest. Her small body was pinned by a fallen tree trunk blocking her legs. Arlo moved in quietly. No panic, no rush. He gently licked Emery's hand, then nudged his head against her shoulder, eyes locked on hers. A sharp bark broke the silence, short but sure, like he was trying to wake every part of her that had fallen asleep. Caleb arrived just in time. He slid down the slope, leaving his wheelchair behind, struggling to crawl through the fallen snow. Mud, broken rocks, and melting snow soaked through his coat. But none of that mattered. A young man had already slipped the crowbar beneath the fallen tree. He looked to Caleb, waiting for the nod. Caleb nodded, almost whispering, "Easy now." The tree was lifted slowly. Arlo stepped back half a pace. A cold breeze swept through the trees. And then Emery's eyes fluttered open. Caleb spoke softly. "I'm here now." No tears, no calls for help. But those eyes, Emery's eyes, moved slowly from Caleb and settled on Arlo. She whispered, barely audible, "Don't scold Arlo." The moment froze. No laughter, no cheers, just quite a silence heavy with emotion. Caleb bowed his head and nodded gently. "No way. I owe Arlo my whole life." They carefully lifted Emery from beneath the branches. No serious injuries, but her leg was swollen and red, her body cold to the touch. Arlo didn't leave her side for a single step. When they placed Emery on the stretcher, Arlo jumped right up after her, curling close like he was keeping her warm. The ambulance waited at the foot of the hill. As they rolled the stretcher inside, Arlo stayed right there. No one had to tell him. A rescue worker reached out to pull Arlo off, but Caleb raised his hand to stop him. "Let Arlo stay," Caleb said, calm but firm. "Without him, today we'd have lost everything." Caleb climbed in last. He sat by the door, hand resting on Arlo's back. No words spoken. None were needed. Just a hand trembling slightly placed on life, presence, and a loyalty beyond words. Sometimes instinct beats reason, and some hearts, even when silent, still know the way home, the place that needs protecting most. Morning broke, and Wexler's sky stopped shedding snow. Gray clouds slowly pulled away, revealing a pale dawn after the storm. The first sounds weren't birdsong, but the whoosh of a rescue helicopter cutting through the air, descending toward the accident site. Then came the sirens, the voices. Voices called out, breaths of relief, the sounds of grown-ups who had just pulled the children from danger. 2 girls, Emery and her classmate. Both were found conscious, though their bodies bore the blue-gray of cold. When the medics lifted Emery onto the stretcher, she clutched her soaked sketchbook tight. No tears, no fear, just wide eyes searching for something familiar. Then Arlo appeared. He stepped slowly, one back leg bearing a fresh cut. Dried blood darkened in his fur. But Arlo didn't whimper. No grimace of pain. He looked at Emery, then gently licked her hand as she was laid onto the hospital bed. No barking, no panic, just eyes. Eyes of a creature who understood human feelings better than words ever could. Emery didn't speak back, but her hand for the very first time reached out and rested on Arlo's head. No trembling, no hesitation. Arlo closed his eyes, as if that quiet touch was answer enough. Caleb stood nearby, shoulders dusted with snow. Silent all morning, yet his eyes betrayed the weight of it all. The wars he'd seen, the losses he'd carried, the trust broken again and again. But in that moment, a child who couldn't put feelings into words gave her full trust in a single touch. Caleb knew no courtroom hearing could ever measure that truth. As things settled, a therapy center representative approached Caleb, a woman in a heavy coat, holding a file still open from a behavioral assessment. She sat down beside him, quiet at first. Only when Arlo turned and stood close did she quietly sigh. "We plan to finish the behavior evaluation next week." She paused, glanced at Arlo, and continued. "But after today..." She stopped again, then said softly, "We don't need any more tests. Arlo has proven his worth beyond any form. The official assessment was canceled." Caleb said nothing. He pressed his lips tight, fighting back the catch in his breath. One hand gripped the wheelchair armrest. The other quietly rested on Arlo's shoulder. No pats, no stroking. Just a steady touch, a silent thank you deeper than words. No one spoke further. But everyone there understood. The real miracle wasn't just that Emery survived. It was how Arlo, once seen as just another dog being evaluated, saved a fragile soul without a single command. And that day, beneath the melting snow and damp chill, Arlo's eyes met Caleb's, a silent promise that he'd always known. She's family, and family never gets left behind. The air stayed cold, but the light in the hospital room softened. White walls, clean sheets, and a gentle neon glow wrapped everything in quiet stillness. Not cold, but peaceful. Emery was moved to the pediatric care room, where a thin curtain swayed beside the window. And outside, patches of snow lingered, waiting to melt away. Caleb sat quietly in the chair beside the bed, his hands resting on his knees, eyes fixed on the bandages wrapped around Emery's knee. He said nothing. No words of comfort, no questions, just a silent presence, a steady shadow in the fragile space of recovery. Emery lay on her side, her head turned away toward the foot of the bed, where Arlo curled up tight, his tail tucked around his legs, ears perked slightly. His eyes were half closed, but he wasn't asleep. Every little sound, every subtle movement in the room registered in his watchful senses. Though still, Arlo seemed to be guarding, as if his mission was far from over. A nurse entered softly, carrying a tray of medicine and testing supplies. She smiled gently at Caleb as she approached, but paused when she saw Arlo. "Sorry, sir," she said hesitantly. "We'll need to take the dog outside during the tests." Before Caleb could respond, Emery shifted her head, locking eyes with the nurse and then glancing at Caleb. And for the first time that morning, she spoke. "Please, let Arlo stay." Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but clear and firm, stronger than any cry. The nurse hesitated. Caleb looked away, hiding the twitch of emotion pulling at his face. His hands clenched the wheelchair's handles. Then, almost too quietly to hear, he nodded. "He can stay, as long as she needs." The nurse quietly stepped back, leaving the room to 3 silent souls, a man, a girl, and a dog sharing a stillness thick with feeling. Emery didn't say another word. Instead, she looked at Arlo, then slowly reached down beside the bed, gently touching his back. That touch was unhurried and steady, as if it had been spoken in silence for years. Arlo shifted slightly, nestling his head closer to where her hand rested on the edge of the bed. No sound escaped. No thanks needed. Caleb watched, his heart tightening. Thoughts raced through his mind of Mason, of the past, of all the losses he had carried. Yet among all those memories, one truth remained clear. The fear was gone from Emery's eyes. For the first time in months, her gaze held steady, not avoiding, not hiding, but calm, grateful. No words, no smile, just a look that said, "I'm safe now." That look was the confirmation Caleb never dared hope for. But now he didn't need words. Because in that pale white room, a miracle was already there, quiet, watchful, embodied in a dog guarding the sleep of a child once swallowed by fear, a creature who needed no words to understand human language, yet taught humans how to listen with their hearts. That night, after they got home from the hospital, Caleb made himself a cup of hot tea and settled into the living room. Outside the window, a thin layer of snow still clung to the porch roof, but the clouds were starting to break apart. Caleb sat quietly, cradling his now cooled tea. Arlo lay at his feet, his front leg carefully bandaged, his head resting on an old rug by the windowsill. He thought back over everything: the unseasonal snowfall, the moment Arlo gently bit his jacket, pulling him out of the house. Memories played back like an old film reel, and then a thought echoed softly inside him, light as a breeze, heavy as a stone pressing on his heart. Could it be that a true miracle is just a creature who loves without condition? Caleb stood, quietly walked to the wooden cabinet, and pulled out an old tin box from the bottom drawer. Inside were 2 framed photos, one of Mason, his son who never came back from that last rescue mission, and one of Emery as a little girl, her face smeared with cake, grinning wide. He placed the frames side by side on the mantelpiece. Then he turned to look at Arlo. The dog stretched, walked over, sniffed both pictures lightly, and then lay down, resting his head on Caleb's foot. No words were spoken. None were needed. Caleb gently stroked Arlo's head. The softness of fur beneath his hand, the warmth radiating from each slow breath without speaking, Caleb felt a small stream inside him break free, quietly flowing. The house remained silent, but that silence wasn't emptiness anymore. It was full, like the faint glow of a small fire that never flares up but never dies out either. Outside, the snow melted in patches. A soft breeze swept past the window, carrying the scent of damp wood and the faint peel of dried orange left in the teapot. Caleb looked out. The sun was finally shining, spilling warm light on the glistening branches. He knew then the summer was coming. Arlo blinked, still silent, but his steady, deep gaze felt like a message, a quiet promise. "I'm here to stay." No words, no magic needed. Just a dog, past, present, and forever belonging to this place. Caleb turned back and lit a small candle on the fireplace ledge. The gentle golden light spread, casting warmth over Mason's photo and Emery's, and reflecting in Arlo's half-closed eyes, eyes fixed on those he loved. Outside, the wind had stopped howling. Only the soft crackle of warming wood and Arlo's steady breathing filled the room. That night, Caleb fell asleep in his chair, not from exhaustion, but because his heart was finally at peace. In his dreams, Mason stood beside Arlo, waving and smiling a forgiveness Caleb had waited a long time to receive. No tears, no regrets, just a weightless feeling, as if a crack in his life had finally closed. The next morning, the early summer sunlight slipped through thin curtains, casting a warm glow over Emery's shoulders, like a soft brushstroke over a painting long forgotten. The quiet room in the Wexler Town Hospital waited patiently for new stories to unfold. The room was so quiet, you could almost hear the soft tapping of a pencil against the table. Caleb sat nearby, his hand resting gently on the wheelchair wheel, eyes fixed on the little girl just a few steps away. Emery wore a thin, pale blue sweater, clutching her sketchbook tightly to her chest. At her feet, Arlo lay curled up neatly, his head resting on his front paws, eyes half closed but ears alert. The white bandage on Arlo's leg had been freshly changed, clean and secure. Both girl and dog were silent, like two lost stars afraid to shine again. A young psychologist entered the room. She didn't carry a stack of papers or sit at the desk like usual. Instead, she pulled a chair close to Emery, lowering herself to the girl's eye level, and smiled softly. In her hand were only a pencil and a blank sheet of paper. She didn't start with small talk, no usual questions, just something simple and gentle, as if asking about the most ordinary thing in the world. "Emery, what's your puppy's name?" Her voice floated lightly into the still air, like dew resting on a flower petal, soft, quiet. The whole room seemed to hold its breath. Caleb swallowed hard, never taking his eyes off his granddaughter. Emery blinked. She glanced at Arlo, then very softly, very slowly, as if weighing every syllable she was about to say. "It's Arlo, my best friend." The words were short, not loud, not perfectly clear, but when they left her lips, it felt like they shook the whole small room. The psychologist said nothing at first, just nodded slowly. But her eyes welled up behind clear glasses. A nurse standing in the corner brought her hand to her mouth, as if afraid to drop a sound and break the moment. Caleb turned away, but his hand on his knee clenched tightly. He didn't cry. But inside, his heart was singing. Not because of surprise, but because he knew. This moment was real. Arlo didn't bark. He just got up, moved slowly to Emery's side, resting his head gently on her lap. No nudging, no licking, just silent, as if saying, "Well done. Everything's okay now." Emery didn't react much, but her hand no longer clutching the sketchbook rested lightly on Arlo's back, soft as a breeze. She stroked gently along his fur, slow and steady. Each stroke felt like peeling away a layer of protection around her heart. From below where Arlo's head rested came a soft sigh. Not tired, not worried, but a breath of peace, like the wind whispering through the forest at the end of winter when all storms have passed and life begins anew. And in that moment, no one spoke. But the silence itself was the deepest confirmation that something had changed. No magic needed, no fireworks, just a child daring to call her four-legged friend by name. That afternoon, the early summer sun scattered softly across the backyard grass behind Caleb's house. Lavender blossoms were just beginning to open, their gentle purple hues slipping quietly among the dense green rosemary bushes. A breeze whispered through the old wooden porch, carrying the scent of damp earth and the subtle hum of insects hidden in the peaceful air. Emery sat beneath the porch roof, her palette balanced on her lap. Small fingers dipped into shades of orange, green, and red, carefully painting a dog lying beneath the trees. Arlo lay close by her feet, his head resting on the worn-out mat, eyes half closed but ears perked, listening to the rhythm of colors flowing onto the paper. A few meters away, Caleb knelt slightly, trimming the older rosemary branches. The garden shears made soft clicking sounds, steady and rhythmic. But inside, his heart wasn't steady anymore. Since his talk with the psychologist that morning, a strange happiness had settled there, one that he barely dared believe was real. In that quiet moment, Emery's voice broke the silence. It was soft, clear, and unexpected. You know, yesterday Arlo licked my hand. It didn't hurt. It was warm. Caleb froze. The shears stopped mid-air. A small bead of sweat trickled down his temple, fell to the ground, and vanished as if it had never been. He turned slowly, looking at Emery and then at Arlo. The dog wagged his tail gently, eyes still closed, but clearly listening. Emery kept her gaze on her painting, but a faint smile, like the last light of summer sunshine, flickered on her lips. Caleb swallowed hard. His voice was rough when he spoke. Yeah, warm it is. For a long while, no one said anything more. But the silence wasn't a wall anymore. It was a sky wide enough for Emery to start letting words flutter out like petals. The other day on our picnic, I saw a squirrel. It ran so fast it climbed up a tall tree. Arlo chased it but stopped halfway. I think he knew he couldn't catch it. So he sat and watched with me. Caleb nodded slowly, saying nothing, just listening. Then I drew the squirrel. But before I finished, the tree broke. I don't remember much after that. Just darkness. But I heard Arlo's voice, close by, like he was waking me up. Caleb gripped the tablecloth draped over his lap a little tighter. He knew every word she spoke wasn't just a story. It was a step forward, from deep inside. Arlo lay down next to me. His nose was cold, but still warm. Weird, huh? She laughed softly. Not a laugh from something funny, but a laugh that slipped out because she knew she was still here, still able to speak, still being heard. Caleb looked up at the sky just as a white butterfly fluttered past the porch and settled gently on the freshly trimmed rosemary bush. The sunlight caught the silver strands of his hair, glinting in his eyes that shimmered with tears this time, without anything to hide. Arlo lifted his head, glanced at both of them, then rested his chin back on the ground, eyes closing slowly as he breathed evenly. In that quiet moment, Caleb realized something. What Emery was sharing wasn't just memories. It was her way of telling the world she wasn't afraid anymore, that she was ready to step out of her silence, hand in paw with Arlo, the hero who needed no cape, only a warm heart to stay. That afternoon, the early summer sun cast a soft glow over the porch steps. A breeze stirred the fresh green leaves, gently shaking a cluster of new shoots. Emery sat there, legs swinging lightly, toes brushing the wooden step. Arlo lay close, his head resting on her lap. His ears drooped, but his tail gave a soft wag now and then whenever Emery shifted. Caleb stepped outside, holding 2 steaming mugs of hot cocoa, one for himself and one for Emery. He set the smaller cup beside her and settled into his usual wooden chair, his back slightly hunched out of habit from years of braving mountain winds and memories. Just then, a car pulled up to the gate. A woman stepped out, clutching a file folder. She was the social worker, moving slowly over the gravel path into the yard. Sunlight brushed her pale shirt, creating a halo of light around her, as if even the light itself held its breath to watch. She knelt down to Emery's level, not too close, not pressing. Softly, she asked, "Emery, after everything, do you feel okay now?" Emery didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to Arlo, resting her hand on his neck and gently scratching around the still intact bandage. Arlo stayed still, lifting his head slightly, accepting the quiet comfort with all the loyalty he could offer. The social worker smiled. A breeze swept a lock of her hair aside as she asked again, "What's your dog's name, sweetie?" This time Emery met Arlo's eyes. In that look there were 100 unspoken words shared. Then, turning back, her voice steady and clear, she said, "Arlo." My best friend. Silence stretched for a few seconds, so still, even the wind seemed to pause. The social worker nodded, set her pen down without writing more, and looked toward Caleb with a calm certainty. That's enough. No more tests needed. She said goodbye softly and left, leaving behind a peaceful quiet, not emptiness, but a calm that settled just right. On the porch steps, 3 lives remained. An old man, a child, and a dog sitting close together. No rush, no need to go anywhere. Caleb took a slow sip of his cocoa, then looked over at Emery. Tomorrow, we'll get Arlo a new scarf, okay? Emery nodded quietly. No words, but her lips curved into a gentle smile. And Arlo, without missing a beat, let out a soft bark, like a quiet yes. A little exclamation point in the gentle flow of the afternoon. The sun was dipping low behind the hillside, casting a warm, angled light over Emery's arm. The whole world seemed wrapped in a soft, muted glow, not bright, but tender and full of meaning. There was no grand finale, no fireworks, no dramatic line to end the story. Just peace. And a child, after so many silent days, had called her dog by name. Sometimes, that's all it takes for a little miracle to happen. Sometimes, the deepest wounds don't come from what someone did, but from what they thought we might do. If you've ever been wrongly accused, doubted, or lived with the shadow of betrayal, you know this truth. Silence can scream louder than words. And trust once broken doesn't just heal itself. If you're hurting, take a breath. Don't rush to prove or punish. Protect your peace. Hold on to what's real. Let your actions speak for you. And if there are children watching, make sure they see strength, not bitterness, because sometimes the clearest truth isn't shouted in arguments. It's found in presence, in loyalty, in the quiet ones like Arlo who just stay, even when the world doubts them. Now, we want to hear from you. Have you ever been accused of something you didn't do? Or lost trust in someone only to find the truth was different? Share your story in the comments. This space is yours. You never know who might find hope in your words. And remember sometimes, healing begins with just one voice brave enough to speak. Could that be yours?